Welcome everybody to Fight Night Legends EU. I am your, in this case, host, ImpetuousPanda. My first time taking it from the claws of Skarzig, and I am joined by Monte as my co-caster today. Monte, how are you doing?
Hey, what's up, Panda? I'm doing super well. I'm really happy to be here. Yeah.
A surprise to see you joining us, obviously, but Skarzig had other things to attend to this weekend, so we have a chance to have Monte on the desk. Not necessarily from EU, but neither Skarzig, so I think it counts either way. I'm going to be taking some of Skarzig's roles for today, so I'll be doing the hosting stuff finally, and I'll also be introing the format for the tournament, which Skarzig tends to do, but I think I can read a piece of paper, so I think I'll be able to do it as soon as we have that ready to go. Just to remind you guys, obviously, what the format looks like, the rules of the tournament, but everything, has not changed in a while. The last big change was at the start of this year. Still double elimination with 8 players invited. All matches are best of 3. Players are bringing 3 decks now in this case with no duplicate region combinations. Players are going to ban 1 deck each, so we'll have that pick and ban phase ready before each series. And of course, as with any best of 3 in any card game, to win a match, a player must win with the 2 remaining decks. You can't just bring 1 very powerful deck and just play that all the time. It's not quite how it works. The prize pool will be $200. As with every week, with the split among the top 4, and the 2, not the 2 winners, but the 2 that are in the top 2 in the end, will be invited also into next week's tournament. Monte, do you want us to give us a quick overview of the players playing today?
Yeah, I can absolutely take us through the players, Panda. At the top, we have Smooth Swallowist versus Ace. These are 2 friends and 2 regulars in Sparkling Iced Tea's Monday Madness tournament, with Smooth Swallowist having taken multiple wins in that, and Ace never won, having won it all. So super exciting matchup there at the top. Then we have the Overwhelm Specialist, Rico Rex himself, up against Jokund, who I believe you told me was hailing from Turkey, Panda. And then we have Maskert, who came second last week, against Sari from Lebanon, and Ultraman from Belgium up against Just the Taco, who from Italy. So great set of players here rounding out this bracket. Super excited to get into today's games with you.
And we have 2 new players as well that are, as far as I know, debuting in Fight Night, so they have that bit of a buff that we tend to see in Fight Night tournaments. That will be Jokund, and that will be Just a Taco as well. And Ultraman, our winningest Fight Night player, trying to make it 5 wins today, which is also going to be a very difficult feat. Always, it is quite difficult when you have 8 invited players that are they've proven their skill set already in many tournaments in the past. So there's no beginners here, there's no easy matches. It's going to be a very hard road to the trophy if Ultraman's trying to go for that. But that will be it for our introductions. We will be having, as you mentioned, a bit of a friendship / rivalry in round 1. It will be Smooth versus Ace. Smooth won last week with not so exciting decks compared to what we're used to seeing from him. And he actually called up Ace to be one of the invited players for today. Unfortunately, these friends are matching up in round 1. So one of them is already going to have a very, very tough start going to the loser side. But overall, I expect a very interesting match. And I think Ace will bring at least some spice.
Yeah, I've had a chance to take a look at these deck lists, and they're definitely interesting. Ace is on some super spicy stuff. I think we're going to take a look at that Sand Jinx list pretty soon. And man, that's one I've actually played around a little bit with this archetype. Minasia and I have messed around with this on the NA ladder a fair bit back when Shurima was kind of new, when Merciless Hunter was super broken, and we had Rune Runners and stuff to actually be able to slam multiple 6 attack Overwhelm units into the face. Since those cards have been nerfed, I haven't seen this deck at all, so I'm very surprised to see that Ace has brought it up here. Do you have any thoughts on this deck, Panda?
It doesn't jump to me as something where right away I see, oh, this is the degenerate combo that they're trying to go for, and this is why the deck is being played over, any other meta deck, the tier 2 deck. There's so much to choose from right now that to bring something that's kind of very new or very unique, you have to have a good reason for it. I don't see it right now, but I'd love to be proven wrong, where you see the deck in action and then things start making a lot more sense. Maybe it's just an excuse to call a deck Sand Jinx and bring it to the tournament. That's maybe valid enough. I would accept that as well. But it's not your own arms, so I won't complain and I won't judge. I like it, Ace. Keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah, I'm here for it for sure. It's definitely a bit of a fun deck, and well, if fun is the name of the game, that's reason enough for me to bring it. So hopefully we'll get to see Ace and this Sand Jinx list pop off a little bit in this first round.
We also have a Ezreal Caitlyn list, the typical tri-beam list from the past, which I always love to play. It's one of my favorite decks to ladder with, aside from aggro. Maybe the only deck aside from aggro that I've laddered for a long time with. I guess also maybe some timelines and shelf hook stuff. But very happy to see this making a return. Ace is not the only player bringing it, so there's going to be at least 2 players bringing it in their lineups. We had it last week as well, but the chances we had to see it in action, it was banned out, unfortunately, so I didn't actually get to see this deck once again in a tournament setting. It's been quite a while, so I'm very excited to hopefully see it today. I'm going to jinx it now, and it's going to get banned every time, apparently, but is this a deck that you've played in the past, or you've liked to see at least?
I have never had a good time with these Tri-Beam decks. I've always found them a bit tricky to pilot effectively, and I've had a hard time managing the tempo swings to actually be able to find the victory. But they are always a treat to watch, as you've said. Watching the players find the lines to be able to get the most value out of each and every one of their cards is such an interesting puzzle to see completed. And of course, this list has been updated with a couple newer cards as well. Pharaoh's Financier and Peacemaker now finding its way into the list as well. I'm curious to see how these change it and what they do for this archetype.
Overall, I think everyone can agree that the power level of this deck has gone down due to all the nerfs it's gotten slowly over time. It's been chipped away at this what was a tier 1 meta deck for so long and like a staple of the meta overall. Kind of fell out of favor, so I am curious to see. Again, nothing has necessarily changed. It's more just the meta maybe has shifted to a point where it's a bit more possible to run this and it's more viable, but it hasn't had like this crazy card being added to the deck or anything like this. It hasn't had any buffs recently, obviously, so we'll see how it looks like in action and if it's able to maybe not return to its glory days, but I think that would be a bit too much to ask, but at least maybe get some wins and maybe impress us and remind us why this deck used to be so good.
Yeah, definitely.
We're going into the pick and ban phase very soon to look at the rest of the decks. Everyone, you might be wondering, because we had an interview with Smooth last week, and I told him, hey, you have to bring up some spies like you did back in the day. You can't bring just triple Yordle arms and win with that. A little bit too boring. And he said he would change that. I'm gonna say he hasn't done enough. He's still bringing triple Yordle arms, just with maybe some wackier shells surrounding them. But overall, it's still a Bandle pile and it still has Yordle arms. So Smooth, you will not get any kind of +1 from me today. Maybe next week you have to go even further than this. But this was list number 1. Gonna be Fizz Zed with an Ionia mixing with the kind of usual Bandle City pile of cards that we see in every deck, alongside Sign-In, alongside Deny, and alongside Twin Disciplines.
I really like the Sign-In top end on this pile. It really makes use of the swarmy nature of Bandle. Although, do you think it's actually necessary with the Yordles and Arms? Maybe you're just playing it for draw more than anything at this point. I've tried some piles like this, and they never ended up to being too cohesive. They always felt like they were missing some actual decent way to close the game. That just isn't effective enough, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like more of obviously a tempo deck with Lantern and Fae and Zed, etc., all trying to pinpoint that turn 5, 6 kind of tempo swing. But Sign-In gives you maybe that plan B, where say you run out of resources all of a sudden and you're able to top deck Sign-In and get back into the game. I'm not entirely sure how cohesive it'll be, like you mentioned. We'll have to see. And I don't think it's going to do anything better than other versions that are more refined or more established. But Treasure Trash, we did see Smooth have a pretty good game with Treasure Trash as a win condition last week. So at least that copy of the card is still in the deck, which is at least something that we can look forward to as casters if it does come into play.
Always very exciting when that card comes out and you suddenly have a whole hand of random cards, some of which you may have never seen before, to deal with.
And deck number 2 is still going to be with Yordle arms. I'm not sure which one of the two it's going to be, but I know it has Yordle arms, so I can't mess up the call here. It's going to be a Targon version with Zoe, with Starry Scamp, and with Pale Cascade. And then everything else is pretty much the same Bandle City cards. So again, Smooth tried to be cheeky with oh, I brought some spice, I brought some interesting decks. Not really, Smooth. You kind of failed this year.
This one, I mean, Zoe Starry Scamp is cute. That's not something you see every day.
That's true, but it's also 5 cards out of the 40, and then Pale Cascade is kind of also an established staple spell in Targon.
How much can you really innovate on Yordles and Arms, Panda? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's why right?
Maybe you have to go a different route and shocker, not play Yordle and Arms if you want to bring spice to Fight Night. Smooth, you better not ban Ezreal Caitlyn, or we're gonna have a real problem.
Hey, this one has Tree in it. This is a Yordles and Arms deck. We didn't get to look at this full list on the broadcast just yet, but it is Yordles and Arms with Tree, and it's got that Marai Warden as its splash card.
And Teemo.
Yeah.
real excitement being added to this penalty list. But I hope to see at least the Ezreal Caitlyn come into play. As I mentioned before, we didn't see it at all last week. And it's a deck that I know has been getting a little bit more traction in the past maybe 1 or 2 weeks on ladder. A few players have been kind of vouching for it on Twitter, but I haven't seen it in action myself in this new meta. So yeah, hopefully that's going to be the case. That's going to be something we can look forward to. Ace, of course, for those that have forgotten, is the snail player. He has the power of Ruben Zoo by his side, which is also a big buff to have here at Fight Night. Players like Lobster and Turtle, etc., all know about this. So Ace, despite his name not being an animal, he is one with a snail in his avatar. So I don't know if you know this, Monte, but there's a big cult following for animals here in Fight Night Legends.
I did not know that, actually.
No,
we don't. Over on the other side of the ocean, we're not so into those weird animal cults.
But you know the Ruben Zoo joke, no? Or
yeah, yeah. I mean, Ruben's got a zoo. Everybody with it. You have Floppy Mudkip in the zoo. You have cephalopods in the zoo. All these players are in the zoo, of course, because they're
the coach panda.
Yeah.
The most important part of the team, of course, the team manager.
Yeah, I remember that Twitter thread. That was the make your all-star lore team, right?
I believe so. Yeah, that was a while ago.
Yeah.
People just went with it. It looks like Smooth is really trying to become my sworn enemy. He has banned Caitlyn Ezreal, so we will not be seeing it in this series. I seem to have jinxed it, but hopefully we'll be seeing it throughout the rest of this tournament. But to start things off, we will have Bandle City, Yordle in Arms, alongside Targan, Zoe, and Starry Scam coming into play. On the other side, we will have Sand Jinx, a deck that I think we're both very excited to see in action.
Yeah. This looks like a pretty good opening hand from the Sand Jinx side. Zonite Chomper is pretty much what you want to see when you're playing those cards in your deck. And then from the opposite side, I don't know what this deck wants to be mulliganing for, but I assume Gnar's good, right? That card's kind of a little strong.
Let's look at the removal in Sand Jinx, and if there is maybe a 3 damage paying effect, maybe not going to be as enticing, but I believe there isn't. I think it's just going to be Mystic Shots and more cheap removal.
A couple get excited.
Yeah, there should be a few get excited with Jinx, so maybe a bit risky, but you have 2 Gnars, so maybe that's going to be enough to make sure one of them survives.
I think if you're trading Gnar for get excited, you're not thrilled about that, but if they're spending the majority of their turn just using that action, it's not the end of the world most of the time.
Progress Day, not really the most surprising or more exciting epic option. So it will be either Bomber Twins or Moonsilver. Bomber Twins, of course, can work, but there are currently no Mayors in hand just yet. Stars Camp can be played out now for free, kind of the tempo aspect of this deck.
Yeah, and that's one thing I didn't actually think about too much. The Loping's Telescope giving you access to the Celestial Pool means that these Starry Scamps are going to be a lot more consistent than in previous decks that played them. Not that there were too many of those, but there was some experimentation with them in the past.
Bakai Reaper coming onto the field, a card that we haven't seen since Thresh Nasus kind of disappeared. It has come back in a few seasonals with a few players kind of playing it here or there, but it hasn't really gained any kind of traction, and I personally haven't played against Thresh Nasus on ladder in a very long time. So seeing Bakai Reaper back in action is nice, a card that has been forgotten for the past few months.
Definitely a strong one. People kind of always, even back when Thresh Nasus was a real menace at the beginning of that deck's development, people really underestimated the threat of this snowballing one drop. The ability to just grow and become bigger and bigger and bigger. I remember times where I would just throw Atrocity onto my Bakai Reaper to send it face because I didn't have a Nasus, and hey, it was just big enough. So Ace showing us the power of that growth here by going for the aggressive Mystic Shot just to push 1 extra damage and keep this Flame Chompers alive.
And I like the Forge Chief addition. In theory, you don't really necessarily see the synergies right away, but when the deck wants to, play for tempo, play for just huge tempo on the board, obviously with Jinx coming in and utilizing most of your cards from hand, having the extra spell mana to use up the spells and to use up certain things in hand to be able to kind of benefit that tempo even more, kind of cheat out mana, essentially. Even though it is spell mana, it is maybe a little bit less worth a little bit less than unit mana. It is still very valuable, and I think it's, for the most part, with 1-drops, if they have an upside, even a 2-1 stat line is fine.
Yeah, definitely. And Gnar is just going to come down here from the side of Smooth. And Jinx to match does have Pale Cascade. If it get excited, it is thrown out.
So there might have been a consideration. We don't see the hand for ace right now, unfortunately, so we're not entirely sure if that might be the case. But obviously, open deck list, you do know there's spell cascade in the deck, and you do know the punish that there would be if you're able, you're putting forward a get excited, and Nar survives and ends up, even at 1 health, if you don't have the extra spell with only 3 cards in hand, it's gonna be a problem because he might just transform.
Get excited also could make the hand a little bit awkward to discard. As you said, without being able to see the hand, we can't say for sure, but Jinx level 2 does require you to empty that hand first, and then she's going to start drawing you more and more cards before creating rockets every time your hand is emptied beyond that. And with 3 cards, sometimes that can be a bit tricky, although this deck is built pretty low to the ground, so should be pretty easy for Ace to do it, if not this turn, on the next.
Yeah, and for Ace, I think the mission is definitely to level up Jinx on this next turn. If it goes any slower than that, I think that might start causing problems. You want to, like I mentioned, start with an initial burst of tempo, of pressure on your opponent, and really not relent throughout the next few turns. You really want to keep up that tempo and make sure he has to answer Jinx. You have to kind of force these ultimatums where if these things aren't answered, then things will get out of hand very quickly, obviously with Jinx leveling up and the rockets being created, and the deck having burn in and of itself to be able to close out games.
And here is that early aggro push that you were looking for, Panda. This is a big swing being represented, but of course Smooth has the answer with the second Gnar, just going to be able to wallop the Jinx and send her back to the bench.
It is an answer that stalls here, but doesn't necessarily answer the Jinx. Doesn't kill the Jinx, it's just stalling out here, and you're using up a lot of mana to do it as well, with the wallop being 3 mana. So down to only 3 mana now. You're able to flood the board maybe with Star Scams. You can't attack with Tasty Faithful just yet, and we'll see if there's going to be a level up for Jinx this turn.
I think it has to come out.
Yeah.
As you said, if it stalls one more turn, it's just going to be a little bit too slow for Ace. And with the Jinx having vulnerable on her already, she's going down next turn. You need to get the value out of her while you can.
There's a Get Excited now coming down. You want to try and use the Buster Shot this turn, still currently costing 4. You haven't met the requirements to get the discount just yet. You do have Moonsilver though, so you can essentially cheat it out for 3.
Yeah, you could if you wanted to. Might be worth it. But even if you put it on the stack, she will be able to be leveled up. And at only 3 mana, she can't be replayed this turn. But we'll see what ends up happening. And Ace finds the rocket
right away, and this is the problem. Even if Tasty Faithful comes down, if there is burn that's found that's able to strike at the nexus before Faithful can even connect on the strike next turn, he's down to 3 HP already, and there's quite a bit of burn in the deck aside from the rockets themselves.
Yeah, there is 3 copies of Mystic Shot, 3 copies of Get Excited, and then of course a couple Poros can get in very easily. And we can see Smooth on our screen here debating whether or not he actually wants to use this Moonsilver to remove the Jinx and deny the extra draw. And it looks like he's going to go for it.
Also, without really a hand right now for Ace, it means that you're going to have to top deck exactly the right amount of burn to finish it here, or some kind of removal for the Tasty Faithful when it does come down, because there won't be an open attack, obviously, since it hasn't been played out just yet. But I think it does, yeah, I think if you're Smooth, you have to play out this Faithful now, and be buffed to 5 attack as well. And we found burn, but not quite enough to do it.
No.
And the buffs as well on the Faithful means it's not going to end up dying to the Mystic Shot here, which is pretty massive for Smooth and for trying to survive this game.
Yeah, Smooth is definitely going to be able to find his way back in towards a stabilization here. Gnar is going to threaten a lot of pressure. The 5/3 is going to threaten a lot of healing. It's not going to be killed by any of the units on the board. The Mystic Shot's going to have to be invested as well. And even the Buster Shot coming out here, just to deny that option.
Of course, Smooth knows that even if the Get Excited was top deck, it can't be played. There's not a card to discard. So, I mean, there's not that many outs really for Ace in this current situation. Not just to try and end the game and find lethal, but to also just maybe kill off the Faithful or find a way to stop this Faithful from actually connecting and healing up the Nexus for Smooth. This is where kind of the tempo swings. Jinx does crazy things, but if you're able to answer her, you're able to kind of stop, maybe just stalling for a little bit for 1 turn or 2 is enough to swing, where now your opponent has nothing really in hand. This is one way to do it. You can obviously kill off your own unit, not lose the 5 there. You're still at the mercy of top decks. You currently have no cards in hand. You're depending on this top deck and the next as well to try and find a way to end the game.
Yeah, this buys you the 2 turns you need to draw into a Get Excited and something to play alongside of it. Is it the best line? I think it has to be, right? Because no other line is winning in 2 turns, and you're never surviving another attack swing from Smooth. So, good.
It's the only line, yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, it's at a point where you have to acknowledge, like, hey, the only way I can win this at this point, because my Jinx died, because I'm not getting the card draw from her, because I've kind of run out of fuel, is to find, like you're mentioning, this perfect 2-card combo. And not really 2-card combo, it can be any card and get excited, so it's not as hard as it seems. But you do have to find it, and it's going to be up to this last top deck from Ace if he ends up winning it. If not, obviously nothing can be done here. You can't even play out this Poro Cannon due to, the fact you have to discard.
And Face Sprout showing its power from the side of Smooth Swallowist, developing this 5-3 that is just, well, I mean, it's kind of threatening to end the game here by virtue of healing, but Gnar is also kind of just threatening to end the game by virtue of killing Ace, given the fact that he has no board to defend himself with at this point. So, you know, maybe the healing isn't cheating right now. I was going to make a funny joke about healing being too much, but...
We're waiting for the card to come into the hand. Is it getting excited? Oh
wow.
My goodness. Good players draw the cards they need when they need them. And Ace, of course, with the snail and the animal buff, is a good player. He's going to draw, get excited, going to put it on the stack, and there's absolutely nothing Smooth can do. Despite the lethal attack being threatened at the moment, the perfect top deck is enough to give Ace Game 1 win.
Very well played by Ace to identify the fact that he had to Mystic Shot his own unit there. That was the only winning line from him, and it worked out. It worked out.
And you know, Monte, the only reason Ace was able to find that get excited is because he brought a unique deck. And the gods of Runeterra, when you bring in the spice to a tournament like this one, when you go the extra mile to really sit down and find something that's not really meta and still competitive, they'll reward you. You'll get the card you need when you need it. You know, the heart of the cards, Yugi's Grandpa, all the different deities in card games will benefit you, and you will win Game 1 of this series. We are not going to go into Game 2. Of course, you can't play Sandwich again. Like I mentioned, you have to win with both of your decks that are available. We did see the Ezreal Caitlyn that was banned, and so the last remaining deck for Ace is going to be the Fizzlulu Gnar.
Yeah, more of a traditional Yordles in Arms list then. And then from the other side, we have that Fizz. It was Fizz Z, right? That was such an interesting list coming out here. Maybe want to keep Deny in this mirror matchup, but also knowing that your opponent knows that you have Deny, they're then gonna avoid looking to play for their Yordles in Arms turn so heavily and try and focus more on this Yordle captain like we see Ace doing. So Smooth deciding to kick it away instead.
Exactly, kind of like hedging to, unless you really need to take a risk and really say, if I can't play Yordle Arms here, I can't really win this game, whatever it is, then you're going to obviously go, again, like you mentioned, not go so far into Yordle Arms, try and find alternate win conditions or alternate play patterns, I guess, or just lines to go for.
Fizz came down on turn 1 from Smooth, and now I guess just deciding between Bomber Twins, Open Attack, and Loping Telescope. Decides to take his 2 free damage.
Good to see if he's going to consider banking the spell mana, keeping the Pokestick alive for the next few rounds, or just going for your Telescope or Bomber Twins. I think there's not really anything it can do with Pokestick that's going to be, huge. Ace isn't playing, this is not the Teemo version. The Teemo version is being run by Smooth, who's running the Teemo in Battle Tree, so that would maybe be the one reason to keep a Pokestick up. But other than that, there's not really any key target that you would want to kill off with just a Pokestick.
Yeah, I think you'd be pretty happy just taking out this Telescope and saving yourself 2 damage. Smooth looks to be going for the Telescope of his own here.
We seem to have got a bit of a freeze on the cleave feed, Monte. I think that's also affecting you. But
I was wondering if that was just my side.
But we can probably anticipate what's going to end up happening. Telescope comes down. It is going to find a Trickster. So elusive option is going to be great to try and push some extra damage alongside Fizz. Maybe kind of already indicating that Smooth might be the aggressor going into this match.
Yeah, might have to be. I don't know if he actually ever wins if this goes. The longer this goes, I think the better of a shot Ace has, just because his deck is built a little bit more cohesively. Whereas this Ionia version of Yordles in Arms is really only going to get that one shot at spending their big blowout turn where they set up their board and they have their Yordles in Arms and try and swing through. But if Ace can keep his board congested throughout this game, that's never going to matter for Smooth.
And this is something that Battle City is obviously very good at. Keeping the board congested, keeping, a lot of traffic in every lane, making sure that the entire board always has things to trade into, and then eventually just replace them very cheaply because every card ends up just generating more cards. As you tend to see, Euro Captain is big though. Having this engine-like unit coming down is going to start giving you value over time if it does stay alive.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about it during the mulligan phase of this game, Panda, but the Yordle Captain kind of a pseudo Yordles in Arms in these little mirror matchups because you can't really rely on your own Yordles in Arms when your opponent's running denies. You have to find every other way to make your units just a little bit bigger than your opponents so they trade more effectively. And Captain, of course, is very, very good at that.
The Trickster being taken down as well before it can start dealing any damage, start ramping up. Every turn that's kind of left uncontested, it's going to be able to sneak in 3 damage, which could be a big deal in this case, but answered very cleanly there with the extra synergy on the Flame Chompers getting the buffs from the Yordle Captain as well. The picks here, not necessarily anything too crazy, but it does seem like Yordle Captains has met its demise. Still, a few buffs did come in at the very least.
Yeah, I like this from Smooth, taking it out pretty much as soon as he was able to, letting it, keeping it from getting the maximum value for Ace, and just cleaning up the board a little bit.
These are cards that are kind of like magnets. The moment they come down, you have to start answering them. If you're the opponent, you have to say, I can't just leave this uncontested for a very long time. Same with Lantern, obviously, in the Fade decks. There's a few cards, especially in Battle City, that do require Mayor. Maybe not so much. I think he's been quite more capped than Yordle Captain is, but Yordle Captain is a card, especially in a deck that's built to kind of benefit from it, like most Yordle Arm decks are. It's a card that can really snowball out of control very quickly.
Absolutely, and Smooth just going to throw down his second telescope of the game, and once again has the Trickster as an option, but maybe looking to take Zap this time. Loses a couple points of HP, but gets that point at draw. Does decide on the Trickster at the end.
And doesn't really have that much fuel in hand if you're looking for kind of a late game, but I guess neither does Ace in this case. Has his on urgent to draw a little bit, as does Smooth with the Pokey Stick, but other than that, Star Spring, not really a card you want to play at any point in time from hand.
Yeah, not going to do a whole lot for you in this matchup. No Soraka, and never going to achieve its own win condition. That Star Spring is very much a dead card from the side of Smooth. I would imagine he's just going to look to continue to set up this board and take whatever chip damage he can through his elusives.
Lulu is a big pickup for Ace, especially now that there isn't removal for her. We saw the played out last turn, kind of that removal was pulled in the Yordle Captain. At this point now Lulu can come down cleanly without any answer, and we're going to see a full board from Ace pretty easily here. Not going to have the chance to stop the Trickster unless he wants to commit 2 Mystic Shots, which I don't think will be the case, especially not with the Lulu Flame Choppers combo next turn.
Yeah, and I don't think it's a huge deal for Ace to be taking just 3 damage here. The bigger decision point is going to come from Smooth and whether or not he decides to go for exactly this Pokey Stick, and it turns out he did. So Ace going to be able to refill that board completely, as you mentioned, Panda. Lulu Zonite coming down, drawing an extra card off the back of that landmark discard.
And there's Deny as well for Smooth, so now he has that failsafe that, he knows that if there's going to be a Yordle Arms put forward, he's going to have the answer already there, and might start giving away that information, might start holding 4 mana on every turn, and that might indicate to Ace that he does have a Deny in hand by now.
Could certainly be a tell if he begins to do that. Doesn't really have a reason to, or a way to spend his mana outside of that Deny or the Yordles in Arms of his own, so.
And that comes from the Trickster pickup over the Zap. Could have maybe, I think, hoped for that little bit of extra fuel, trying to again, maybe outgrind Ace, considering that Ace doesn't have Yordle Arms right now. It's going to be kind of a wet noodle fight where there isn't that much actual impact happening on the board. Maybe Lulu's going to help a little bit here, but other than that, most of the units will be able to trade off. And it might come down to kind of this grind fest where whoever is able to have that extra resources, that extra card draw, might end up getting an advantage.
And I think if you're Ace, you're pretty happy with the scenario working out the way it has. You being in PNZ and having the Zonite Urchins, you kind of do have a little bit more card draw just naturally than Smooth does. Smooth only running, I believe, the Pokey Sticks in his list.
Especially Telescope is especially good at, if you get lucky with the Epic, and it's a card that you're able to dump a lot of mana into effectively, a card that can actually, meet the value that it costs. That's huge for the late game, where you can have a whole turn that you can just dump all your mana into a specific play and still have it work out and give that extra value.
Yeah, finding something like a Farron or a Riptide Rex is absolutely an effective way to use your mana in the late game. When you're running out of cards completely, like this situation, those are really what you want to be seeing.
Early game, I think it's much more likely that players end up picking the Celestial option, for example, just for the tempo that it gives you. But in this late game, it is good. I mean, it is obviously good, but I think it's one of the reasons why Telescope is going to be so good. It's so flexible. At different stages of the game, it ends up working quite differently.
Yeah, even the multi-region cards can come in handy in these later stages of the game. Something like a Porous Sled, while not the flashiest, can still do a good job of helping you go wide and getting in that little last bit of chip damage that you need. And a Furious Feyfolk, big 7-4 quick attack, he's an angry boy. And it's actually a Decimator that was picked up, so there's that big late game bomb that we were talking about. It's going to clear off the board completely from the side of Smooth.
Whenever I see this card mentioned, I just remember how Mogwai called this card in one of the seasonals we did. He was, I don't know why, he assumed the names were like Daniel and something else, like completely random names. And I think one of the best Runeterra moments or one of these, meme Twitter accounts or something did like a 1.5 minute video on it, and I was just laughing so much.
I am very disappointed that I didn't see that. I might have to go look it up after we're done this cast.
I will find it and send it to you because it is worth watching, I think.
That sounds very worthwhile. Mystic Shot going to come out, keep the board cleared down. This is a little bit odd to me with the Decimator having been picked up. I would have expected to just see the Darkness fired off to clear out the board, but maybe just in anticipation of a Yordles and Arms open.
Ooh, Treasure Trash is big for aces. The one card that you really want to see at this point in the game where you're maybe running out of cards, you're able to dump pretty much all your mana into every play you need to make this turn. Keep the spell mana bank for a Mystic Shot. Go for a wide swing next turn, and then after a few things end up dying, you're going to have the space to play out units, play out Treasure Trash, and just go for the best value possible.
So do you start with your open attack next turn then, Panda? It's because it's like a really hard decision point between starting with the Treasure Trash or going for that open attack. The Treasure Trash could give you something like a Battle Fury, right? It could give you something. It could give you anything in the game.
Considering you're going to have to trade away your board here because of the Yordle Arms being committed here, I think it is fine to obviously not open attack because you're not going to have a full wide swing. You're not necessarily going to push or guarantee you're going to push damage to try and chip down the 9 HP on the Nexus. So if there was an attack like this one, and if there was a full board, it is tricky to decide. It depends how much damage you think you're going to be pushing by going wide. Because if it isn't enough to end the game, or at least put you maybe in Mystic Shot range, it's probably better to just, because it does feel quite bad, and it's happened to me quite a few times, to play Treasure Trash after an attack and have so many of the better cards you would want to play out only benefit from an attack, and then they're going to disappear otherwise, so it puts you in an awkward spot.
Yeah, but on the flip side, sometimes you play it before the attack, and then they answer with a Ruination or something, and you just have no answers, and you're like, huh, maybe I shouldn't have done that one.
Or even just giving your opponent an action or two to have more blockers, to not let you put damage to the side. So it is a calculated decision to make, kind of depending on what the scenario looks like. In this case, we're still seeing a pretty wide board here for Ace.
Yeah, just going to start the turn off with the targeted Darkness, maybe reconsidering.
Smooth doesn't really have a punish for, doesn't have obviously Ruinations or anything in this deck, doesn't have anything that could really punish, but it looks like, yeah, I think I wouldn't be too surprised to see an open attack, to be honest. I think it's not the worst. You're still pushing some damage, you're forcing trades, you're getting a more clear idea of what your opponent might have as well.
Yeah, I think the open attack is pretty good in this spot. You're not too worried about like you said, we've already seen I believe 2 Pokey Sticks out of the 3 that are in the deck, and there's no real interaction in this list from Smooth outside of those. So most of these units are guaranteed to get through.
Not just that, but the hand for Smooth isn't necessarily a hand that has a ton of value for late game. So at this point, you're maybe just trying to, squeeze every ounce of value possible from every single one of your cards in hand to just win out through value, not necessarily through tempo or through having a better board right now for Ace to deal with chip damage. He's just going to maybe outvalue Smooth in the next, 2 or 3 or 4 turns.
And we talked about it at the start of this game. We kind of identified that's how we expected this game to go, with the PNZ Banda list having more draw naturally and having some burn naturally. It's just going to be more effective at keeping this board clear and keeping their own board wider. So this is kind of going how we expected, and I'm excited to get into a game 3, hopefully.
At this point now, Smooth has pretty much no card to play. Just the Reactive Deny, which can maybe stop Yordle Arms if it's top deck right now, which might be the case, but we have some delay on the hand. It's not going to be the case when we Pokey Stick instead, but I do like this. I do like kind of Again, squeezing out the value from the current board, dealing chip damage around the side, putting your opponent down to 4 HP, having space now on your board to defensively play a treasure trash and try and just, again, get another big open attack for the next attack turn. And Smooth is reliant fully on his next top deck.
Yeah, really does need it to be able to find that last 5 points of damage. And the only thing that could do that, not even a treasure trash or a Yordos in Arms, but maybe a treasure trash of his own.
Telescope is one way, as we mentioned, to try and dump a lot of mana into something, but Dawn Speakers, maybe not quite it. Portal Sled, as you mentioned, is going to be a not amazing option, not necessarily going to put you back into the game, but at least have something you can go for on this turn.
It's not the worst in this spot, but definitely could have been some better things for you to pick up. Farron, even a Riptide Rex helping you clear out the board here. A lot of good choices that just unfortunately didn't show up for Smooth.
Treasure Trash coming down, Deny still up and still available, so it will be stopped here. It's going to be focused against that. I do like this much more. I think it does make a lot of sense. Maybe Deny gets baited here, but
it's close. I don't hate using the Deny here. This is the only way you're pushing damage, and if you're not denying this, what are you denying? You're dying on the next turn anyways, so...
And of course, if you were to play Treasure Trash first, then you can play Focus Stick this turn, so I do like this order much more, both for the baiting possibilities, but also just the fact that it makes a lot more sense. And now you can still play Treasure Trash from hand. Even if it gets denied, you're not dying or at a huge disadvantage for losing out on this turn, but going to end up being Boom Baboon instead, with Treasure Trash possibly coming out next turn.
And he high rolls the Poro, finds an elusive again.
Still 8 HP though, so still quite healthy for Ace here.
Gonna get the impact damage off the Poro Sled as well, so slowly chipping away, but is staring death in the face on the turn flip.
The Flame Choppers can't do much of anything in terms of getting buffed, but it's going to be enough to drag something out of the way and try and push more damage onto the Nexus. Only 4 HP on the Nexus for Smooth, so I think this is going to be GG. There's nothing he can do at fast or burst speed here to stop just the wideness of the attack from Ace here.
And that's going to take us into game 3, and it's really exciting. I can't wait to see what else we're going to get to see come out here.
Well, no game 3 because Ace won game 1, so this would be it. This would be a 2-0.
Oh, wait.
That would be a... I mean, you're surprised because it was to get excited, but Ace ends up taking game 2, ends up closing out the series with maybe more interesting decks than the one Smooth brought. Did have the Sandjings that we haven't seen, I think, maybe ever in Fight Night. With the Ezreal Caitlyn getting banned, kind of you have to play the Sandjings deck. You have to play the second deck we saw, which is a bit more, standard. Let's not pretend it was anything too crazy here from Ace. But still, coming back into Fight Night, has had really good showings in his past performances. Always coming in as Ice-T mentioned, our producer, before we started the tournament. One tournament where he brought in a Scargrounds deck in Thailand when it first released with this new expansion and ended up third. So a player that has very good results in Fight Night in general has now also moved on to semis with Smooth, our last week champion, now having to fight through the losers bracket. But Monte, we are now going into another game that is in game 3 right now between Sari and Maskert.
Amazing. And looks like we actually just caught the end of it there.
I jinxed it, so we are not going into that game. We'll find out who ends up winning that game. I think we might possibly have all the bracket already decided for this round 1, but we'll find out very soon as our producer does update us on what exactly is still left to be decided, if there are any games still going on right now, possibly in game 3 for this round 1, or if we have semis already, kind of lined up. Is there any player that you want to watch specifically in the next round?
I would really like to get a look at Rico Rex's lineup, and I always enjoy seeing what he can do with Overwhelm. And I remember one of the first Fight Nights I watched, he was actually participating, of course, with his lineups. So, and it really stuck out to me. It's kind of nice that I am able to be here casting for the first time in a tournament that he's participating in. So, big fan of Rico, big fan of his decks. Would love to get to see some of those in action. And the Mono Nox list is really spicy. Tri-Beam with Basilisk Rider is not something I expected to see today.
We might see that in the semis if Rico ends up advancing, but we are still now in Game 3 between Sari and Masquerade. Masquerade, of course, did very well last week with truly a very spicy lineup, bringing in Shellfolk with Lux and a few other interesting decks with Galleon Braum as well. And now coming back into this week with more spicy decks as well. His lineup is one of the more interesting ones in the tournament today, and has to try and win this last game against Sari to advance to semis and continue his pretty good momentum in Fight Night from last week.
Yeah, and I believe this is another one of those spicy Shellfolk lists with Heimer in it. Not a card that we see too often, but is one that kind of appeared a little bit in the last meta and then disappeared again, and always pops up every once in a while. And no, the Gorlith is going to get discarded. I was hoping we would get to see that played.
And today's lineup for Masquerade, for those wondering what the full lineup looks like, is going to be Zoe Lee Sin, so not a spicy start, I will admit, but he makes up for it by also bringing Kindred Viego, a list we have not seen in Fight Night in quite a while, or in the meta even, for a pretty long time, with just all the very good Ionia and Shadow Isle spells. And this is what we're seeing here, which is going to be a Gnar, Heimerdinger, Shellfolk list with Ionia, so definitely something that you don't see every day.
And I was going to question the pick on that Mecha Yordle, because I think I would have gravitated towards the middle one, the P&Z one that generates you more 1-drops, just because this hand is looking to run out of steam pretty quickly. But I guess he just wanted to protect this Heimerdinger and maybe attack with it.
And Sari, of course, is going to be on the Fae Tristana deck that has gained so much popularity. Funnily enough, Monte, you're the player that I associate Tristana to the most, because of the initial Atrocity Tristana deck that you were one of the players vouching for it.
Yeah.
Probably even the deck builder, possibly. Is that correct?
There was a list floating around. I actually think it was Ace that dropped it in the Discord server. And then I took that list and just took a bunch of the bad cards out, made it
at least one of the
worse.
players that popularized it, like what Broken Ball does with the decks that he says he created. But you're one of the players that I associate Tristana to the most, so actually funny to have you on the cast today, with Tristana finding a big resurgence in the current meta, with the Fae package enabling her once more to be a very strong champion.
She really is quite the powerhouse, and it kind of came out of nowhere. Nobody was really expecting Tristana to be powerful. I think it was on a lot of people's radar initially when Bandle came out. We were like, oh, by the end of Bandle, Trist will be good. She'll have power then. And then it never really happened halfway through the expansion, and then she got a buff, and she still wasn't that good. And then suddenly we got this Grandfather Fae and all these Fae cards, and now you can just flood the board with infinite Owlcats over and over and over again. And well, a 10-8 impact, or a 10-4 impact 8 is a pretty good unit most of the time, Panda.
Looking at this board, though, I'm thinking that this is the end of Masquerade's run. He's going to be going to the loser's bracket, because we have a scary board attacking here. We have 2 Golden Aegises in hand, despite one costing a little bit more. There is going to be the Will of Ionia on the Tristana. That is going to be a big stop, but still so much impact on so many of these units. And the fact that you can replay Tristana and still play out a Golden Aegis and have the pressure mounting even more for Masquerade, I think it might be a little bit too much. Like you mentioned, the hand for him isn't necessarily fantastic. The Gnar will help a bit with the Pokesticks, but overall he is running out of fuel a little bit, despite Heimer obviously being a card that can generate a lot more value.
Yeah, and Sari opting not to try and threaten that Heimer with the sharp sight there might actually come back and bite him a little bit here. Masquerade, you mentioned, is running out of fuel, but might end up denying this rally this turn, or even just stunning the Tristana after the rally could be enough. And that's going to let him rebuild his board quite efficiently.
There's a Pokestick as well, so candidate on the Heimer. Maybe not now, because he's going to maybe prioritize the rally effect. Looks like he isn't. So it looks like it might be Pokestick coming out. We'll see now. The moment that the player goes under 4 mana for the Golden Aegis, or for any kind of rally effect, then now you have a chance to play out Gnar and not have to save or deny 24/7. But it looks like the respect there was pretty high for Masquerade. Ends up waiting and keeping the mana open.
Yeah, wanted to keep the friendship available, just to... If he loses Heimerdinger in this position, he has no way of clawing back into this game. He really just can't afford to lose the Heimerdinger, and he correctly identifies that, and as such, always represents the 4 mana for deny/friendship. The rally may be going to come out here, and instead just a telescope.
I think you want to rally. I think Sari is correctly playing this how where you want to try and maximize your board, maximize the effect of the rally. So just play for board first, make sure you have quite a menacing board, and then commit into the rallies once you have that big payoff already established.
Yeah, this also has the added benefit of continuing to stack that impact damage onto Trist. And a 5-1 impact telescope is a lot scarier than a 2-1 telescope.
And for Trist, I mean, you have to the attack total definitely doesn't matter too much, because at this point, I mean, anytime she gets X, it's game over, obviously, with this, 14 attack right now. Only 7 HP on the Nexus for Massacre, so he is kind of up against the ropes. Any kind of massive swing that does end up connecting without him having the right answers, it might be GG.
Yeah, the attack total might not matter on Trist, but the impact certainly does. I have definitely won and lost games solely because of impact damage on this deck. These choices from Massacre are not that fantastic. There is a consideration to take the charm, but I think it's always got to be this heroic refrain.
For a second there, I thought you were going to try and read it out in Spanish. I got a bit excited there. No, not going to take the bait.
No, not going to take the bait. If we had Greek on the screen, I would go for that one. But I'm not.
We need some Greek players coming into Fight Night. We haven't seen any Greek players in Fight Night for a while now. So next time we'll try and make those stars align for when you're back on the caster desk here.
And there is the deny that we talked about coming out onto the rally. Of course, the other one was pranked earlier in the game, so sorry, doesn't have an option for the second this turn. I'm going to go ahead and kill off the Heimerdinger as well.
Finally coming in a bit late. I mean, we have seen quite a bit of value from the turrets, but as you mentioned, that wasn't going to be the big deal. Killing off the Heimer now does stop that kind of infinite value train of just as long as the Heimer survives, every card you're playing is going to get you some extra bit of value to keep fighting for this late game. Whereas Sorry, with the deck he's playing, not going to have that problem. Has still a lot working for him in hand. Has a lot of mana to be poured into Sharpsight and different rally effects like the Golden Aegis. In this case, another big puzzle for Massacre to solve here. Another big attack.
Yeah, still not quite lethal. Does have the palm for the Tristana, but the rally is spelling certain doom.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, maybe I'm wrong.
Even just this attack. I mean, looking at the impact, looking at the units are going to be uncontested here.
I miscounted the units. Yeah, I think this is definitely lethal. Even if you palm the Tristana, you're always getting at minimum 3 through plus the 4 impact damage.
Exactly, 0 HP on the Nexus. Nothing you can do to stop this. I think Massacre does end up. I think he knows. I think he knows that he is doomed. And this is what this Fade deck does. It just applies pressure. It doesn't really stop. Doesn't take its foot off the pedal. And at the end of the day, if you don't have the right answers to not just stall and bounce units, but to kill them outright or to solve the problem at its root, let's say, you end up just folding to a deck that just constantly is able to replenish their board and constantly able to create opportunities for rally effects to be devastating like it was here. So Sorry will end up advancing to semifinals, and Massacre will end up dropping to losers bracket. So Smooth and Massacre are 1 and 2 last week, have now both dropped to losers and now have to try and fight all the way through the loser side to try and make it back and make it back into that top 2 for next week. But looking at the bracket here, Ace versus Jokund for match number 1 of the semis, and Sorry versus Ultraman for match number 2. So Rico has also been taken down, unfortunately. Monte, you jinxed him. You have to learn the rules of casting Fight Night. If you want to see a player and you say it out loud, you're probably not going to see him.
That's too bad.
It's like with Ezreal Caitlyn. I want to see it, and then it gets banned. But Ultraman does have it, and I think we will be casting Sorry versus Ultraman after the upcoming break. So we'll have a chance to maybe see Ezreal Caitlyn in action. We'll see you guys in just 3 minutes, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone, to Fight Night Legends EU. We are ready for round 2. Semifinals are happening very soon, Monte, and we're going to be seeing Ultraman versus Sari. Not Rico Rex, the player that you were hoping to see here, but we do have the winningest player in Fight Night history, Ultraman, and Sari, I think, is pretty high up there as well. 2 or 3 wins for him as well, so a match of kind of legends of Fight Night Legends makes sense, I guess. Are you excited for this one?
Yeah, I am. Actually, I would consider myself friends with Sari at this point. I think we've chatted a fair bit and we've exchanged some deck ideas in some mutual Discord servers. I hang out in his streams, so it'll be good to see him perform. I don't think I've had an opportunity to cast him too often yet, and Ultraman, of course, being the most winningest player, this should be a phenomenal set. I know you're really excited to see Tri-Beam. Hopefully we can get it this time.
Oh,
I'm
Monte,
looking forward to that as well.
It. You shouldn't have said anything. I was gonna be quiet the whole time. Now you jinxed it.
You warned me too. If it comes through, the curse will be broken, and then you can thank me.
Maybe 2 negatives makes a positive in this case. Maybe I'll jinx it as well. I also want to see Ezreal, Caitlyn, Tri-Beam. Let's see if it's not banned this time around. But as you mentioned, for me as well, Sari and Ultraman are 2 very close friends. Ultraman I've known for many years, since his competitive Gwent days as well, when I was casting at the very start, 4 or 5 years ago. Saw him grow and become one of the staples in the EMEA region in Runeterra as well. So always very happy to see him continuing to perform at a high level. And Sari, met him in Runeterra, but also someone that, he qualifies to many tournaments, so I get to interview him a lot and talk to him a lot, and great guy as well, but also fantastic player. I think these are 2 of the stalwart names in the EMEA region in terms of consistency, in terms of Ultraman was voted, one of the top. Did he win the Esri for best EMEA player?
Maybe. I honestly was sick that night, and I had to go to bed, so I didn't watch them.
I think he didn't because it was actually scuffed. The EMEA player rating or player vote for Esri's was omega scuffed. Somehow Badgerjack didn't win it, and I think Ultraman wasn't even in the top 2. I'm not entirely sure, but yeah, I think Ultraman is definitely among the very best in the EMEA region. So we'll see what that looks like today. But we're gonna check out his lineup as well, first of all. And he's bringing some spice, darkness, maybe not so spicy. A deck that now is one of the de facto very strong control decks that, especially, a lot of players are playing on ladder still and enjoying it a lot. And there's a lot of players that have kind of defaulted to darkness as a deck that they really enjoy playing outside of Demacia and rally decks. Is this something that you've played in the last few months?
I have tried to pick up darkness several times and I've struggled with it quite a bit. But it is a deck that I do enjoy. I'm a little bit interested by some of the choices here in this list. We do see Hidden Pathways and Hapless Aristocrat. Those are 2 cards that I haven't seen in this list, at least in a while. And of course, the Wallop in there. That's one that I really like for the current metagame, helping you deal with some of the Demacia stuff, as well as just any other random threat, and just being a temporary fix for Gnar in a lot of spots. So, good list, good deck. Definitely very powerful into the metagame right now.
Second deck we'll be seeing is going to be Feel the Rush, a classic control option as well. Ultraman is, opting for a kind of a control game plan. Obviously, his third deck will be Ezreal Caitlyn, and also going to be kind of fit into the mold of trying to really, pass a lot and really have a very good control of the game throughout every single stage, really. But not really anything to really call out with this deck. I think this deck hasn't really changed in many, many months. Is there anything that stands out to you that you wouldn't expect?
There's no whales and 3 copies of the box. That is a bit interesting to me. I think it makes a lot of sense in this meta. The way the Swarm decks want to develop is just drop the 3-drop, the Gleaming Lantern into another Gleaming Lantern into another Fae. So the box hits that a lot more effectively than a whale does. And I think this is very intelligent from Ultraman to kind of make that swap. Also on 2 Ruinations really is saying, I don't want to have to worry too much about these Swarm matchups. Yeah, they can be a problem once in a while, but with that second copy of the Ruination in there, you're going to be reliably drawing it, and you shouldn't feel too threatened by the Swarm rally.
Especially because the scariest turns coming out from any Demacia-based rally or your arms deck comes after playing out one of these spells. And not necessarily on open attack. So this makes Ruination that much more interesting because Ruination is obviously punished by an open attack. But the moment where you have to buff your board first with your own arms, then that gives the perfect opening to just answer with Ruination and reach at the board in that case. So with a lot of the mana being spent by your opponent trying to buff the board in the process. So yeah, makes a lot of sense to me. I also agree with Withering Will not necessarily being the best because it's also not going to hit that many things at 1 HP. I think with Yordle Captain buffing, with, it's not really like a meta where you really blow out your opponent by having the Withering Wail.
And of course, the Demacia decks are all mostly on Ranger's Resolve or some number of Chain Best sometimes too. So Whale loses a lot of value when that card is in your opponent's deck list. And
Seen the lineup for Sorry here. We saw the Tristana with the Fae on the tail end of that game 3 in the last round. We see the Akshan Saber that has been banned here. We see the Yuumi Pantheon Taric deck that we haven't seen today still, but still has become a quiet staple of the current meta as well. And we also see Ezreal Caitlyn not banned. Congrats, Monte. We did it. The double negative. And we're going to actually have a chance to see it, hopefully, if Ultraman ends up not playing Darkness twice and losing both times.
Yeah, it might be a little bit rough for the Darkness deck. Although we did talk a little bit about how he's teched this to be a bit better into the Pantheon stuff. This is not statistically the best matchup.
But statistically, having Catalyzer in your opening hand is going to be always a great thing for the Darkness player. And as we see here, the full mulligan ends up happening. Double Vengeance in hand, a very slow hand here. Not terrible, because Vengeance is actually pretty fantastic into what Pantheon is trying to do, with both the White Flame and the Pantheon later on having these kind of all-in-one units that you need to answer with a kill effect, not so much a damage effect, due to the buffing nature of Faded. But it might cause some awkward early turns.
It definitely could. But this hand looks a little bit saved by the double Catalyzer, as well as having access to the Conchologist for the next turn, letting you kind of fill out those mana gaps, finding cheap removal spells, or even some... You can even find draw in Shadow Isles. There is Stalking Shadows available in that Conchologist pool, of course.
Protector coming out without giving barrier to anything, you know it's a doomed hand from Sorry to start things off. Definitely not a good sign. Definitely something that Ultraman will be happy to see. But we are on turn 3. White Flame can come down. There isn't necessarily the best Faded synergy. You can't activate it for this turn, unfortunately. But I think Sorry knew that he had to have, the Protector coming down, had to have the units to trade into the Catalyzer before they got too out of hand.
Yeah, definitely can't let those Catalyzers go off in get off multiple swings if you can avoid it. And I think here Sorry was just maybe considering if he wanted to drop the Yuumi instead, but is just going to go ahead and play that White Flame.
Unfortunately, doesn't want to trade the White Flame, obviously, into the Catalyzer. No way to activate Faded, so there's no way to buff it. There's no way to have that stat line be able to trade beneficially into the Catalyzer, which means the Catalyzer gets 2 procs on Darkness, and Catalyzer stays alive here as well.
And that feels bad if you're Sorry. And it feels even worse when you're going to get hit with the Vengeance right here after trying to set up your Yuumi.
And I think Ultraman, if you asked him, what would be your ideal start going into this matchup, it would look something like this. He's punished Sorry, all the way through. He's had a great handle with the Catalyzers, forcing out the Seal in Combat here. So another big tool, interactive tool that Sorry could have been used to maybe take down a Veigar, take down a Senna in the future as well. So overall, I think Ultraman has to be happy with the state of this game right now.
And speaking of Senna, she was picked up both off the top last turn and this turn for Ultraman. So may be looking to put her down now. From the side of Sorry, there's not a whole lot of interaction that can come out without any units on the board, so we also just saw that single combat come out. This Senna's going to be pretty safe here.
Only 5 mana to work with for Sorry, so no spell mana being banked, I think gives you a lot more, peace of mind when you don't have to think about, Faded proccing and, all the different combos of interactive combat tricks that can have on the stack when you are attacking with something like a Senna that has quick attack. So we'll see what Sorry ends up committing to. Kibija Pantheon with the barrier, obviously going to dissuade the attack. There's no way to pop it here. Not enough mana for the Vile Feast.
And Sorry's still probably not too happy with the way this hand is shaping out for him. The Pantheon only at, 2 out of 4 now? 3 maybe? I think that's a 2 out of 4. This is not looking good for him.
And there's a chance here to attack with a Pantheon, but then you just end up trading to the Darkness, so not really doing much of anything. There could have been a Vengeance play out this turn from Ultraman, but I think he knows that he maybe wants to see Sorry commit more to this Pantheon. Maybe make it more of a blowout spell later on.
Yeah, it doesn't really need to threaten that Vengeance just yet. Can continue to play this a little bit slower, discount his Darkness, make those more valuable as the game goes on, as he is expecting to play quite a few of them over the course of the remainder of this game.
Darkness number 1 going to be committed onto the Pantheon right away with an attack coming in from Senna, knowing that obviously with the damage being done to Pantheon, the quick attack will be able to get a favorable trade for Senna if nothing else ends up happening on the stack. But we do have Sharp Sight and Double Pill Cascade available for Sorry.
Pop's not.
I forgot how buff Darkness was.
Yeah.
We're already down to 1 HP on this Pantheon, so the Vile Feast could have cleaned him up. In the end, there will be a save there with a heal from the gem.
Gems are so nice in this deck for that exact reason, because they do proc your Faded, as well as healing your units, and you really do need to be sending your units in to make those trades and push damage. The Mountain Goats are quite clutch. This is not looking good, though.
And this is what we were talking about. This is the idea of you let this Pantheon survive, you let dump resources onto the Pantheon thinking, this is my win condition, I'm going to go all in on this Pantheon, and then you still have the Vengeance as that failsafe to be able to delete all this progress that Sari has made on this champion.
And able to just poke it one more time with that Vile Piece, say, give me more resources. I want those. I'll take them. And of course still has not one but 2 Vengeances and a Dawning Shadows available as answers.
And Sari is not, he is running 1 copy of Bastion actually, so he has some way to stop his Vengeance proactively, but again, he has to be proactive about it. There's no denial spell, obviously, no deny or any way to stop the Vengeance necessarily in this region combination for Sari.
Pantheon now at 4 out of 5, not quite leveled, but did get his proc for this turn. If Sari can somehow find his way to survive into the next one and then roll the right keywords, he might be able to find his way back into this game, but it's looking very, very grim from this position.
And we talk about the Vengeance being a bit awkward at the beginning, depending on what you're facing up against, but I think with this deck, it actually wasn't the case at all. As you mentioned, he did get saved, having the right, next few cards that were drawn, the Conchologist, giving him the early curve that he needed to make sure he has no awkward turns. You just can't play anything until, turn 4, turn 5. But in this case, complete control for Ultraman, has the second Vengeance of this game coming down. First was the White Flame, the first victim, and now it is Pantheon being taken down. And look at the hand from Sari. I mean, what else is there now to actually have a viable win condition?
Yeah, there's just nothing you can do if you're Sari. You can't even take this attack here. It does nothing for you. You burned all your draw spells, so you can't combo them with Taric here. Taric's going to go down, and Sari just knows it. Hits the FF, so let's go next.
Surrender comes through. Ultraman takes game 1, that much closer to making it to the winner's final. Now 1 game away from being in a position where you get into winner's final. That's already, you get a win there, and then you have that huge benefit of having the extra life in the grand finals if you do end up making to that point. So if Ultraman's goal is to get the 5 wins and just separate even more space between himself and the other players in the EMEA region trying to fight for the title of winning as Fight Night player, he's doing a very good job. He is now only 1 game away from moving forward. And he's now finally, Monte, playing the Ezreal Caitlyn that I've been desiring to see for so long.
Yeah, we get to see it, Panda, and it's really exciting. Unfortunately, actually, I don't think the Farron is necessarily the worst thing in this matchup. I was going to say it's probably not what you want to see in the opening hand, but if you can get to turn 8, it's going to be a pretty powerful card at that point, and I think there is only just the 1 copy in this deck from Ultraman. I'll double check that real quick.
I think both in this game and the last, this later game curve against some decks can be punished, especially in this current meta with your own arms and the the very high pressure from many decks. But against this deck, particularly against Pantheon, not so much. I think it is a deck that tends to go a bit later than most.
Absolutely. So I was actually wrong. There are 2 Farrons in this list. Maybe not what you want to be seeing off your mulligan in that situation, but picking up the Thermal Beam for 3 mana here, going to buff up not 1 but 2 Tri-Beams, as well as the Station Archivist herself also procking those.
And Ultraman, of course, had, I think, no real, idea of killing this White Flame, but the idea was just, like you mentioned, to buff both of these Tri-Beams. The utility value of getting those buffs is massive, despite not killing the White Flame, and also just getting another card out from Sari, forcing some kind of combat trick to keep it alive.
Yeah, that Thermal Beam, of course, was effectively a free card, having been created by the Station Archivist. So the only thing it's costing you there is mana to fire it off, and if you're trading evenly with the Demacia deck, you're usually okay with that. And just putting some damage onto these units is, of course, very valuable, given that this deck wants to remove units through the use of Scorched Earth. And actually, this one doesn't have Guillotine, but Flock is another very powerful damage removal turn.
Yeah, you mentioned it, Scorched Earth. Last game was Vengeance, and obviously it's for 6 mana. Pretty expensive, but the kill effect is massive against this White Flame, as we're seeing it here, kind of these all-in units. But Scorched Earth, even better, cheaper, and usually, unless there's gems involved, unless there's guiding touches involved, it's going to be hard to keep these units and to kind of counter the Scorched Earth by healing.
Caitlyn found. Probably not going to be played this turn. Oh, I spoke too soon. Is actually coming down. Tri-Beam's getting buffed up as quickly as Ultraman can get them.
Don't want to take 9 directly, going down to 11. Going to go to 14 instead. Could have opted to maybe take the hit there and just go for some wide swings and play kind of in the Ezreal Caitlyn fashion of playing for tempo, playing for any kind of advantage on the board where you're able to push through damage. But I think at this point, you do want to mitigate some of that damage because there are some scary turns where all of a sudden there's a, as we're saying here, Cataclysm, and you have to be very careful about the damage you do let through.
Yeah, if you take just 1 point of damage too much against this deck, suddenly a Cataclysm could turn it all around for them. So I like the play by Ultraman to block down there with the Archivist. The wide swing is kind of a pipe dream. Does have these Tri-Beams in hand for this later game. Does have the Farron already. Doesn't
really
really
at the
need...
mercy of trying to find a way to kill this White Flame, though. We're going to see it here. Going to be an attempt here that I think Ultraman knows very well is probably not going to work out. And it'll be the case here. Sharp Sight comes down. +2 plus the Faded, so +3 really. Down now to, or up rather, to 9 HP. And still alive. And Ultraman just hasn't found the right cards to answer this.
Yeah, and I was going to talk a little bit about it, but we got into the game so early. I was looking at stats for writing an article earlier today. And the stats actually have the Demacia matchup winning this more often than not. And I thought, surely this is a case of ladder stats not matching tournament play. But apparently, I'm wrong, because even Ultraman, one of the best pilots of this deck, which I think we can both agree on, struggled in that matchup, and that was not an exceptional draw from Sari, and it was a pretty okay draw from Ultraman, I would say. Those White Flames just became a little bit too much.
Pretty okay, but not having the direct answer, having to depend on 2 different thermal beams that I think both times that they were cast by Ultraman, he knew very well that they weren't going to actually kill the White Flame. Any Scorched Earth being drawn would have completely changed the outcome of this match and actually created... Again, this was somewhat of a non-game, and it does end up happening with these kind of not necessarily all-in strategies because I think the Pantheon deck isn't necessarily a gimmick, but it is this idea of if you don't have an answer, I win. Despite there being many answers to these kind of cards where you have Vengeance, you have Scorched Earth in this case as well. But if you don't draw that answer, then all of a sudden you just lose the game.
And Game 3 is now underway. Ultraman found a Tri-Beam with a couple 3-cost cards in his opening hand. It's what you want to see. Sari, on the other hand, found both Champions and a multi-region unit. Looking good for him as well.
And Sari is going to be on this Fade deck that I think is going to have a harder time up against Ezreal Caitlyn. As far as I'm aware, there's going to be... Ezreal Caitlyn is, of course, a deck that's going to have a lot of control-y options for cheaper units especially. You do have Scorched Earth for kind of all ranges, but for the most part, you will be having these Tri-Beams that will be massive at taking down an engine, for example, taking down a Yordle Captain, taking down a Tristana, while also generating value on the board and being able to fight for the board and maybe not flood at the same extent that Sari will do it with the Fade deck, but still be able to fight for the board at the very least.
Yeah, Caitlyn Trap's also very, very effective into this Fade deck. A lot of the units have only 1 or 2 points of HP, or even just being able to take blocks with these House Spiders, and then having the traps proc and ping off whatever's left over afterwards is very, very good at keeping the board down and reducing the impact of a Yordles in arms.
This seems to be the indication of the attack here, just being happy to have this Spider potentially chump block by Tristana, but it won't be the case. Sorry, we'll just block with a Telescope, knowing, as you mentioned, that Telescope is going to be vulnerable to the possible traps coming in the next few turns. And Tristana does end up surviving here, despite obviously not being leveled yet, and not being quite the threat that she might be in the late game.
And I think that was the second Caitlyn picked up off the top, so lots of options for actually trying to remove this Tristana with both the Pacemaker in hand and the second one drawn, as well as just the stun to stop her from attacking this turn.
Could have been saved for maybe a more menacing Yordle and Arms turn where all of a sudden you have kind of a blocker and a stun on one of the scarier units potentially, but ends up just playing for it now. Could have waited also for maybe the Flock synergy to be able to kill the Tristana, but doesn't quite have it in hand, unfortunately.
It's playing 3 Arachnoid sentries in the deck there, so maybe counting on drawing another one down the line. Maybe just doesn't care too much, would rather just say, I'm going to gain control of the board right now and try and keep it for the rest of the game. A lot of reasons Ultraman could opt to have gone for that play there, and lots of them valid. All of them valid.
Trades being presented here by Sari. Obviously, once again, knowing Telescope is weak to a trap, just killing it outright, wants to try and trade or, incentivize Ultraman to get one of his units onto the trade here and try and keep both boards a little bit more tight.
And I think this is intelligent play from Sari. The traps are just going to be able to ping off those 1 HP units randomly, so you may as well get the value out of them while you can. If Ultraman decides to let that through, you're getting free damage. If he takes the trade, well, that trade was happening on his swing anyways, so you don't feel too bad about that.
Ultraman, for the same reason, both of these trades, forcing them would be beneficial. Obviously, if you're keeping your opponent's board smaller, you're not going to have that much benefit from rally effects. You're not going to have much benefit from your own arms. So it's always going to be in the player that's playing against your own arms always wants to try his best to force trades early on, if they are trades that are kind of 1-for-1, even for both players, just to keep the board as controlled as possible.
Piltover Peacemaker comes out onto the Bandle City Mayor immediately, and it's answered by the Ranger's Resolve.
And this is a good way to test for Ranger's Resolve. I think this is not the worst outcome possible for Ultraman. There are much more blowout situations for Ranger's Resolve connecting and getting so much more value.
Definitely. I think taking the Mayor off the board is also pretty important. Maybe not the most crucial thing in the world. It's not game over if he sticks for a turn, but getting him out of there pretty early is a good thing. And as you mentioned, getting the Ranger's Resolve out just for that is you're feeling good about that as Ultraman.
The tempo is starting to swing now in Sari's favor, though. This is where things start getting out of control a little bit if you're not able to fire back with your own Tri-Beam, for example, maybe to take down the Tristana. But I don't think it's quite buffed enough just yet. Tough will be leaving, obviously, going to the next turn. So only 4 HP. That is a goal here. And, well, it's less than that now. Only 3 with the traps coming in.
I guess you don't really need the Tri-Beam when you can just top deck the Flock. The same turn they take trap damage.
You have a Shock Blast as well as a possible answer. If something is played that has 3 HP that you think, hey, if I can kill this, that would be fantastic, is going to be an option as well. And, well, Gnar is played. That is one of the units that does also have 3 HP. So we'll see if Ultraman wants to go. Yeah, this is also probably a better option. Tri-Beam with the Flock open.
Play this a little bit more conservatively, guaranteed that the Gnar dies. I think that Tri-Beam is reasonably sized at this point. 4/4?
Whoa.
That's maybe not the best one, but...
Well, you died in the process, so definitely a surprising result for Ultraman. You have to really consider, when you're playing out, what's the worst possible situation, or what is the most unique situation that can end up happening here.
And now that Sari tapped below, playing a second Tristana, Ultraman went ahead and fired off that Ravenous Flock. Wants to know if there's any buffs before the attack goes through, so that way he can set blockers effectively.
Another Flock is found, and the trap is huge here. Might go for an open attack, or might just go for the Caitlyn first. I do like this a little bit more, I think. The Auto Ranger is a little bit worrisome.
Definitely can start pushing these units out of that, out of range of being threatened by these flash bombs, as well as being a 5/5 means that your Caitlyn can't really attack this turn.
I mean, you have to think if you're Ultraman what Sari's hand might look like, considering how the deck is built and what it's trying to do. We see no more units in hand, obviously, so once the board that's currently here, which isn't the most, amazing board either for Sari, once it's killed off, I would go for full swing. You have the Ravenous Flock to clean up anything else that ends up surviving here, and again, controlling the board is still going to be the option here, and even more so looking at the hand for Sari. The moment this board is gone, the hand is unplayable.
No, I have to agree, Panda, once you pointed it out. Losing the Caitlyn doesn't really matter. She's not exactly your win condition at this point. You did find that, I believe it's a Weapons of the Lost. You can get a 6/5 Fearsome unit, which is going to be pretty effective when your opponent has no board. So, not the worst decision to full swing. You've pushed your opponent down to 5 HP. You have a little bit of burn in this deck, of course, with Ezreal and Mystic Shots and whatnot. And the Shock Blast in your hand as well. So,
Scorcher has been found, so you have the clear answer now to the Auto Ranger, both with the Ravenous Flock and the Scorched Earth. No answer to Teemo, though. And I guess you can maybe rally a few times with Teemo and eventually level him up. That's the game plan for Sari now, it seems.
Yeah, quite a ways to go for Sari. Let's see if the Teemo can ever make it there. I don't think it's happening, but there is a chance. There's always a chance.
There's going to be a lot of damage, though, with the rally effect as well. We're able to push 10 damage this turn. So Teemo did give Sari something to work with in terms of some way to find some benefit from the rally effects and from your own arms.
Yeah, and of course, Sari can technically do it again next turn.
Going to force out a trade here. Obviously going to have to block the Alcat with one of the 2/1s. Would be a little bit too risky not to. I think you're going to have to block. You want to go for the wide swing,
right? Or 2. 1 impact damage as well. So that's a single shroom. maybe playing with a little bit too much fire there.
Despite obviously the wide swing being a pretty good deal, but if this is able to kill off a unit, that's a little bit more spicy now.
That is going to be game, right? There's nothing Sari's deck can do here to deal with this full board swing from Ultraman. That flash bomb trap, Caitlyn showing her worth at the end of the game. You know, when she came out, a lot of people were saying these flash bombs, they don't do anything. But we've seen them change the outcome of a World Championship game. We've seen them change the outcome of a Fight Night game. Caitlyn's clearly doing something.
And on back-to-back turns there, on back-to-back attack token turns, really finding the right kills, able to get that board a little bit more unclogged on his opponent's side and able to push through damage. Again, this is a deck that goes off of this, finds a little bit of a tempo window, and then every single turn that it can, it keeps saving that tempo window and keeps pushing that little bit of damage every turn and chipping your Nexus down to, as we saw here, to 0 HP. So big win for Ultraman. Moves on to the winner's final. Sorry, will have to fight his way through the loser's bracket. And Ultraman, I mean, what can I say? I'm not surprised. He is a winner. He's proven that many times before, and he's going to try and do it again today as well. I think we were going to watch Ace versus Joke in the very end there, but I think it's not going to be, it's going to be over already. So I think we're going to check out the bracket really quick to see the current results. The suspense is still there. We don't know who won from Ace and Joken. I know we're hoping for Ace considering his Sand Jinx, his unique lineup. But Ultraman for sure is in winner's final. And Monte, your curse was too deep. Rico Rex has been eliminated from the tournament without giving us a chance to see him in action.
I'm heartbroken. I'm truly heartbroken. I can't believe that he got run over by Smooth Swallow as triple Yordos in Arms lineup. Isn't Overwhelm supposed to do well into that?
Sometimes things don't make sense, and sometimes you know, players like Rex, who are fantastic players, who are, in my opinion, I'm gonna go ahead and keep flaming the Ezreals here, or at least the results of the Ezreals, not the Ezreals themselves. They're great, Jason, but the results. How does Rico Rex not win the One Trick Pony Award? I don't understand. That does not compute in my brain. So I already gave him the the fake Panda Ezreal for being the best one trick, but we weren't able to see all his one trick overwhelm prowess in action today, unfortunately. But it is what it is. Joken did end up making it into the winner's final, so Ace ended up losing that semifinal, and that's it for this round. We'll be going to a very quick 3-minute break, and we'll be back with Ultraman and his Ezreal Caitlyn versus Joken. So stay tuned. Welcome back, everyone, to Fight Night Legends EU. I'm waiting for the time where we come back from break, and I forget that I'm the one doing the intros now, and then they're just quiet. I'm like, "Where's Skarzik?" I'm like, "Oh wait, it's Monte," but I haven't forgotten yet, so I'm gonna try and stay on top of that. But we are ready for the winners final, Monte. We do have Ultraman, who we just saw winning with Ezreal Caitlyn, which I'm very happy for. Up against Jokan, a player we haven't seen yet, a player that is from Turkey. Is this a player that you've heard about or known about at all until now?
No, actually, this is my first experience with Jokan. I've never met them in a tournament. I've never heard of them. Obviously, being from NA, I don't get a chance to peek at the EU ladder too frequently, but they are pretty high ranked, currently sitting at 69 according to our player card here.
And I hope this is Jokan ranking up on ladder and saying, all right, Fight Night's coming up tomorrow. They're going to do a player card. I'm going to stay on this rank. It just stays on 69. I hope so, at least.
I hope so, too.
He's a player that, as we mentioned before, there is... I'm going to say it's kind of this joke or this meme, but it actually seems to be based in reality. The fact that debut players coming into Fight Night always seem to do exceptionally well, despite the possible pressure or nerves they may have of playing on a big stage, or maybe the idea of, this is a chance for them to prove themselves, and they want to really put a lot of effort and a lot of, just effort in general in trying to get the best possible result, and maybe that shows in their gameplay and the result as well. And that's the case here. Already has made it to winners final, guarantees a top 4, and has still a chance to beat Ultraman, which would be obviously a big statement and a big momentum, mentally, I think, as well, to beat the winningest player in Fight Night history, one of the legends in the MEA scene, and move on to the grand final. So that's what Jokan is playing for now. His lineup is a lineup with Demacia.
It is.
The lineup, it does have 3 decks, and they are all Demacia decks. Akshan Sivir is one of them, though. This version, obviously with Broadwing, a few differences, Shield of Durand coming into play. What's your take on Akshan Sivir in the current meta with the new additions?
I think it's a pretty solid deck. I haven't seen too many people running like the Shield of Durand or the Durand Protege. I'm a big fan of Durand Protege myself. I think that card is a little bit slept on. I think tough is quietly one of the best keywords in the game. That said, I don't know if it actually fits in this deck. I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing, and I'm sure that Jokan has played this list a lot more than I have at this point, given that he probably prepped for Fight Night pretty extensively. But other than that, this looks like a really standard list to me. One thing worth noting is on those Screeching Dragons and Cithri of the Bold over the Vagabonds, which are, or sorry, not the Vagabonds, the Bruisers, which are a little bit more common, or have been a little bit more common.
Yeah, the Protege, the Tough, also doesn't fully convince me yet, because there are many quick attack units that don't necessarily care about their defensive stat, because obviously they're quick attacking, like Akshan and Sivir. So, I mean, it's a card that we'll have to see in action. I think, like you said, it could be slept on. It could be a card that on paper doesn't seem that crazy in theory, but then you see it in action, you start playing with it, and it starts feeling very good. There's, I think, many players that in some amount work off of stats, work off of kind of theory, but also work off of intuition when they're playing a game and they're seeing how cards, revolve in their deck. If it ends up working out, you're gonna, stick with it and not end up cutting it. Only one copy though, so I think it won't be too much of an effect one way or another. But that will be deck number 1. Deck number 2 will be Scouts, the deck that has skyrocketed in popularity a month ago on ladder and tournaments, and is still here to stay. I think yesterday in the Mastering Runeterra tournament, the 2 players in the finals did also have Scouts in the lineup. Yeah,
and the Scout list is a pretty standard one. For a while, people were cutting down on the number of Grizzled Rangers playing stuff like Marai Warden, but it looks like Jokan here has opted to go back into a heavier Scout package. Only 2 copies of Cithri of the Bold for that top end, and of course does have a couple copies of Riposte, which have been missing from this list for a while. But Scouts is really a deck that has been unlocked from Misfortune in recent patches, getting access to stuff like Durand Sculptor to make your units a little bit beefier, and Vanguard Sergeant to give you Fort Demacia as an alternate win condition. Really helped the deck be more than just I'm going to level MF win con.
And Riposte is going to be expensive, but I think it is a card that adds an extra dimension to a list like Scouts, that adds an extra survivability element for Misfortune before she levels up, for example, and allows for defensive capabilities and kind of blowout trades against decks, units that have quick attack that are attacking you. You're able to play the barrier effect and kind of turn that trade completely in your favor. So I do like it. I'll have to see how it plays out, if it feels clunky sometimes in certain hands that you might end up having. But overall, I think the current meta does end up fitting. Against Tristana as well, for example, is going to be a great card to have, a great comment trick to have on their attacks, for example. And deck number 3 will be the Fae deck that we've been seeing so much of in the last few weeks, both in Fight Night and really, everywhere, with, as we mentioned before, Tristana finding another chance to come into the spotlight.
And this deck also looking pretty standard to me. Riposte showing up here as well, which tells me that Jokun has identified that berries are really good in Demacia mirrors, and there happens to be a lot of Demacia running around right now, so I think these are really intelligent techs. The other thing I've noticed here, and actually not just from Jokun, is that Grumble Slug exists in these rally decks for you guys. Grumble Slug, I've not seen it in an NA list. So it's a
more
really
recent
weird
addition. I don't think we saw it last week, or at least it doesn't jump to mind as a card that I would again also guarantee is like the straight up base deck list for this Tristana list in EMEA. Maybe I just haven't noticed. That could also be true. I see Vandal City, I just pile it all up in one image in my mind. It's
hard not to be honest. But yeah, I've noticed a couple players here in this tournament at the very least are on this Grumble Slug, and I actually really like it. We've started putting Broadwing Protectors into our list just to have a little bit more interaction, but just that one extra point of mana off of the Attune can matter. So
it's getting real degenerate, huh?
Yeah, we are. Yeah.
You're looking at that, it's like, what's missing here? How can we make this even more degenerate? Yes, Broadwing. That is the answer to my question.
How can you play Demacia without challengers? You just can't. But I guess that's why you were calling it a Bandle deck earlier, right?
There's gonna be a point where there's just too many things to add to these lists. Too many degenerate combos and cards in the meta. But hopefully the March 30 patch will change that a little bit. We'll spice up the degenerate aspect of Runeterra at the top end with the current predominance of a lineup like the one we're seeing from Jokun. So again, him making it to this winners final, maybe if we don't know him as a player so much, maybe a little bit surprising. But again, with the debut buff from Finance, not so much. But with the lineup itself, not so surprising. It's a lineup that, again, we saw it. I think both finalists yesterday in Master Runeterra made it to the finals. So it's a lineup that's proven already to be very strong in the current meta.
Yeah, Triple Rally definitely going to be kind of the center point of the current meta game. Be it Triple Rally with Pantheon, Yuumi, Tristana, and Scouts, or with Sivir Akshan, Pantheon, Scouts, or with whatever Triple Rally deck you want to pull out.
Anything. It's like Poppy with the Nivea before.
We've even seen Jace Lux showing up in the Master Runeterra NA tournament scene. Dave Bo has been cleaning those up, running Jace Lux, and there's Rally in that too, believe it or not. So
a Nivea Rally with Demacia coming soon to a meta near you. Don't worry about it.
James OF, big supporter of all things Legends of Runeterra, has created that deck, and I've seen him play it. It is.
There we go. I don't even have to make up stuff. It already exists apparently. We're gonna be going into the
overpowered Poppy meta, where you could just kind of play Poppy with anything.
Okay, yeah, that version I do remember, obviously. We're gonna go to pick a mana phase very soon to see what decks these players don't want to face up against, what deck they want to end up banning. Of course, in a best of 3, like the one we're seeing here for the whole entirety of this tournament, doesn't change for finals, winners, or grand finals. We'll still be best of 3 with 1 ban and having to get 2 different wins on 2 different decks. In this case, out of the 3 decks that you will be facing from Jokun's lineup, it's just fully Demacia. Remember that the lineup for Ultraman is going to be a very controlling lineup. Has Ezreal, Caitlyn, has the Darkness, and has the FTR. What ban do you expect to see out of these 3 Demacia decks?
I think it has to be onto Akshan Sivir, right? Those spell shields are going to be more than a little bit problematic for you to deal with your control lineup. Whereas maybe Scouts is problematic for your FTR, though. It's kind of tough.
Unfortunately, the Ezreal Caitlyn was once again banned, but that means that Darkness is coming into Game 1. Once again, Ultraman will try and run it back, what he had in the last series, try and get a quick win with Darkness right away. In this case, full mulligan, hoping for these catalyzers, hoping for the Contrologist, but doesn't find it. A very heavy hand here.
Instead, did find some healing, which is not the worst thing in the world to have access to.
Ranger Resolve might create a bit of a problem if it is found in these first few turns for Jokun in terms of just completely denying anything that Withering Will is trying to do on this board.
Not having an early drop here is probably going to be very punishing for Ultraman, and not finding one on turn 1 sucks even more. He is running those 2 hapless aristocrats to try and give himself a better chance into these matchups, but this is not a good start.
This next top deck is going to be massive. It's going to have the box available next turn no matter what, though, so it can potentially eat up a misfortune if it is played on curve. Ixtali comes down, and this is what you don't want to see if you're playing Darkness. We talked about it in his first game against Pantheon when he was playing against Sari, where he had the 2 Vengeances but still was able to find the Catalyzer, the Conchologist, and it kind of evened out his curve. In this case, not really happening. Has the bad mulligan to start things off, and then the top decks are not great either.
And this Broadwing Protector getting 4 HP means that the box isn't even going to be able to deal with it. Feels like he just has to rip off a Vengeance. Says, you didn't play Misfortune, you don't have it, I have to use this.
And there's a range of resolve in hand. So we were talking about the potential blowout situation of either Withering Whale or even the box when trying to kill Misfortune being played out, could happen here as well. And having this range of resolve used to stop the attack. But in the end, no box comes out. I think Ultraman is aware of the risk that would end up happening if he ends up committing the box there. And it will be Veigar coming out instead.
Yeah, the box only does 3 damage, and of course the Duran Sculptor buffed MF out of range there, so might have wanted to set up for a Darkness on a future turn, but I think better to just get this Veigar down and start accelerating your Darkness.
You have to feel it's a very slow start though for Ultraman. I don't think he's quite so happy about the state of the board right now, especially his opponent's board with both MF and Quinn. As you mentioned, with the HP buffs are going to be very tricky to take down.
And of course, Ranger's Resolve is available there as well. This is what the box is in this list for. Dealing with these Valors on the turn Quinn comes down, but still not going to be doing enough to keep Ultraman in this game. At least I don't think so.
Force to block with Veigar here. You're already at 12 HP. More scouts come out, the more HP comes out. Misfortune is still a problem at this point. Even if the Veigar can block and not die, the ping effect from Misfortune might make him, die anyway at this point. And there's a range of resolve. There's a blowout. I think Ultraman, the surrender's coming up very soon because this is a board that you can't really do much against at this point.
Yeah, there is literally nothing you can do into this. Your Veigar isn't even going to be dealing damage to the unit it's blocking. Another Darkness generated, but still not going to be doing a whole lot when you're staring lethal in the face.
Can't kill the MF because of the toughness, obviously, from the range of resolve. Well, you do end up surviving here. Actually, I was already calculating in my mind that it would be a guaranteed lethal, but ends up surviving on 1 HP. We do know Scouts doesn't necessarily have the burn. That's the one silver lining. But looking at this board, I don't think there's a way to come back. And Ultraman agrees.
The rally comes out as well, and that's just going to seal the deal for sure. Not much you could have done there from the side of Ultraman. That was another one of those non-games that we saw earlier, unfortunately. Darkness, when you draw your 6 drops and your champions at the start there against an aggro deck, you're just kind of going to get rolled over.
And it's a list that had the Hapless Aristocrats that you were even thinking, oh, it's odd that he has it, but maybe trying to shore up the early game, trying to make sure his curve is working properly. But these are card games, and it does happen sometimes that you just end up drawing all the wrong cards in all the wrong orders, despite the full mulligan. This wasn't Ultraman keeping expensive cards or anything like that. It was just a full mulligan, drew all the wrong cards, and just didn't find Catalyzer, didn't find Rogue Maker for the mid game, didn't find the Conchologist either. So, yeah, a non-game, and hopefully the second game will be a little bit less one-sided, I guess.
Yeah, and we do see that FTR into this Tristana Fae deck. How do you feel about this matchup, Panda? Do you know a lot about it? Have you experienced it? Have you played it much?
I haven't seen it in this current meta. Obviously, Tristana with the Fae package is a very new deck in terms of the recent cards that were added a month ago or a month and a bit ago, and something that we didn't really see much of, obviously, before. And FTR I haven't seen in a while, at least in Fight Night, in a competitive setting. And I definitely haven't played it myself on ladder. That is not happening anytime soon.
I actually played this matchup the other day into one of my, for Fight Night NA, except I was on the Atro version of the Trist deck. And that one kind of came down to an Atro check, and I lost. It really did just work its way into, I'm going to push all my early damage, and then nothing happens. So I think the rally list might be able to close out a little bit faster, but it might also just be a little bit weaker to the Avalanche because it doesn't have that backup plan of, I'm just going to send my massive unit to your face.
Yeah, having the plan B is always going to be, it creates a less predictable play pattern where your opponent doesn't just know, this is the only thing I can do to win. This is the real win condition they have. If I prepare for it, if I, have the right cards in my hand to answer, then I know I have control of the game, which is what this deck wants to do. You want to have it all points in time, full control of what's happening. You want to make sure there's no situation where you kind of this do or die moment where you kind of don't have a right answer and you just die. You want to have the answer pretty much at every point in the game to a wide variety of different threats.
And the Vandal City Mayor is just going to be answered by the Trundle here from the side of Ultraman. Really what you want to be doing, accelerating your game plan, getting your units set up. Trundle, having regen, of course, is going to be able to take blocks for free, take attacks for free, and just giving you access to this pillar will eventually let you start picking off units for free.
And a bit of chip damage in this mid game is going to be great at making sure that when FTR does come down, if it does come down, if Trundle's leveled up, then it could just be lethal on that turn.
There is that chip damage we were talking about. Trundle's open swing going to start off this turn. Jokan responds with Tristana.
And right away, I think it's going to be an easy avalanche. Ooh, maybe an ice quake as well. Yeah.
I kind of like that. Also contemplating avalanche into Blighted Ravine.
Yeah, I think it's the option here. You're losing the heal from Blighted Ravine. That's maybe the one downside or the one reason it feels a little bit less intuitive. But still going to have full control of the board. And not only that, you're maybe tempting... Yeah, this is fine because of the extra damage from the Blighted Ravine as well. Won't kill the Tristana though. That is a pretty big deal.
Yeah, that might end up changing this play line once again, just because killing that Tristana was kind of the whole reason we took this course of action. And Face Sprout.
And maybe in this case, it would have been a bit better to play the Ravine first if you're planning on playing both. Because now, if you would have Avalanche in hand instead, you can go to this next turn. Something's played out from Jokin, for example, and then just, throw out the Avalanche at that point. Whereas now Blighted Ravine can't answer until the end of this turn, basically.
Did keep Ice Quake up, though, so it does have that as an option for this turn. Might see it come down after... right away, apparently. Not even going to wait.
Has a Sentry with the last 2 mana if he needs to find another blocker. If in some way this play is maybe not stopped directly, obviously, but there is some way that Jokin can still find value with this board.
And still just contemplating, trying to decide if maybe he wants to go for a pass, allow another action to come through. Instead says, I'm happy to take this. Give me your board.
We see if Jokin has any answers to this Ice Quake being committed. Again, it's a lot of mana. You're kind of, sharp side will be there. So the Tristana will end up surviving once again to this second attempt at a kill. Down to 2 HP though. With quick attack, it won't matter though. Can trade, easily into the Trundle you're gonna have. Maybe the Sentry as a chump block, or just have it to chump block with the Trundle. But it does have to feel bad here, because the attack is growing and growing. I think, at this point you have to play Sentry out.
This is getting pretty scary for
if
the
there's a
side of
Pokestick,
Ultraman.
If there's a Pokestick, you're you're gonna be in big trouble. That's the case. Pokestick comes out, Sentry is killed, forced to block with Trundle because Tristana has 11 attack, and still so much damage coming in on the side with the impact as well.
Very well played by Jokund here to set up a board that was threatening enough to demand an answer, and then retain threats in his hand to be able to just redevelop that board immediately afterward, and very correctly and very smartly retained threats that were cheap and multi-region, so that way he could set up with this Tristana once again. Kind of worked his way into this position slowly over the course of a couple turns, baited Ultraman into trying to go for that removal on the Tristana, and had the answer for it to protect her, and then reestablish his own win condition here.
And when you're playing against a deck that has board clears, and open deck list, there's Avalanche, there's even Ice Quakes, for example, it is a very fine line to walk, where you have to know where to apply pressure on the board, but apply just enough where it's worth for Ultraman to throw out these Avalanches, but not enough where he's just completely destroying your entire game plan or value, your refuel value on the board as well. So perfectly played, as you mentioned, in terms of keeping just enough threats in hand to be able to redeploy once Ultraman does commit.
Yeah, but unfortunately, you might have overextended a little bit here. If Ultraman goes for the box, the entire board could be cleared. But just going to go for the Kindly Tavern Keeper, heal up a little bit instead.
Ravine will end up killing off most of these units. Grumble Slug does end up surviving, as does the Yordle Ranger. And 10 HP now, so the healing does come into play for Ultraman. Has the Catalyzer as well. The Catalyst, rather.
And this has worked out to be a pretty close game at the end of the day. Ultraman looking to kind of set up that Fielder Rush for the next turn if he can. Might just play out a Trundle here, might opt to hold mana up and do nothing, and then just open with the Fielder Rush. Has lots of options.
I think you're fine to pass here. In a situation, you want to see exactly what Joken is going to try and threat you with on this turn, which could be the last real turn where Joken is in control and still in the lead, depending on what is played out here. But it looks like the Archer will come out instead. Guarantee that this Ranger is not really a threat, or maybe the pass instead. Okay, it will be the pass in the end from Ultraman. And yeah, I do think the pass was correct in this case for this reason. You were taking 3 around the side if you didn't commit to anything and there was an open attack, but I think he knew that Joken had to take advantage of the current tempo he had. He couldn't just pass there or couldn't just open attack. It wouldn't do enough to put the game in his favor.
Yeah, I have to completely agree. There's that pickup off the face sprout that we saw earlier. Ultraman still just deciding what he wants to do with the rest of this turn, and at this point, it's represent mana.
Can still play Trundle while banking 3 mana for next turn's Fielder Rush as well.
And this is going to end up letting his next turn be incredibly powerful. Tristana, though.
It ends up being fine here. You're going to just have to chump block with both of the 3/1s here. Reducing the HP on the Grumble Slug is going to be fine, but still going to be some decent blockers for Fielder Rush. I think it won't be, straight up lethal, despite the 14 HP on the Nexus for Joken.
We can, of course, start this turn with the Pillar now. It's going to refund that mana, so the Trundle that the Fielder Rush pulls will have Overwhelm as well. This is looking a little bit scary for Joken.
And of course, there's no way to deny these spells in hand. This is the one thing that this deck, the Fey deck, can't really do. It doesn't have really all these different avenues of interaction available. Kind of just does more of a solitaire game plan, and it is the deck that forces answers from the opponent, not the other way around. But in this case, Fielder Rush is one of those cards that needs an answer, and if you don't have it, it will be a surrender. Ultraman ties the series 1-1. We'll be going to a game 3 with Darkness. Still has to get a win for Ultraman. He has to come back with the Darkness now. Change the Fielder Rush for game 2, but now has to go back to his game 1 deck and try and find the final win here against the Fey deck.
And yeah, that Darkness into this Fey matchup, it should... I think we saw it once today already. My memory's slowly failing me, but it should be pretty okay for Darkness, I think, right? We have Dark, especially if they can get a Catalyzer on the field on turn 2 like this, that Darkness is going to be able to immediately threaten Tristana, and then the Fey deck doesn't really have any ways of interacting with your Vhagar, so you're pretty safe to play him out early into the game.
How quickly do we go into this game where we're already on turn 2 with Catalyzer on the board when we just surrendered like 10 seconds ago? Listen, I'm all for it. I'm all for players. There was a Twitter thread recently about players saying that we should shorten the timers for each turn. You have my vote. For president, whoever proposed it, I think it was Broken Ball, you have my vote.
Yeah, I think that was Broken Ball. I'm also all for that. I think turn timers are just a little bit too long right now. There's a lot of time, and some other games that are maybe less complex give you a lot less time. And you just don't need your full-time bank, I feel. And this open attack coming through, development's not really going to threaten anything additional here, so no point in it. Just continue to threaten stacking this Darkness with the Catalyzer. And I'm a little interested to see Joken taking that free trade as opposed to just trading off the Catalyzer, but I guess has decided to say, I'm just not going to care about your Darkness size this turn. I'm going to set up my Tristana when I can, and then I'm going to get 1 attack with her, and it's going to be enough.
And it's a correct, I think, assumption for many players that are experienced playing against Darkness. When your deck is so low to the ground that really any amount of Darkness, buffs is going to kill the unit anyway. When you don't have these very tall units that are going to be, extra punished by that 5 or 6 damage Darkness, you don't mind letting that Darkness get out of control and just playing for tempo, ignoring kind of the value or the long-term aspects of Darkness, and instead just trying to play for the fastest speed possible on the board.
And the Stilted Robemaker going to potentially come out here and discount all future Darkness.
Which is massive, with 2 seconds on the hand as well.
Yeah. That card is... I remember at the beginning of the Vandal City expansion when Darkness kind of was being constructed, people were a little bit back and forth on this robe maker. They were saying, well, we're just going to make one really big darkness and fire that off. And some other people were saying, no, we're going to make multiple darknesses. And it kind of took a while for this card to actually find its way into the deck as a firm staple. And that was always really interesting to me because you can see just how powerful it is if you play with it even one time. Discounting even a single darkness matters so much, but when you're playing Senna and you have multiples in a single turn, you can get a lot more value out of each and every card.
Yeah, completely agree. I think it's also the fact that when you're building the darkness deck or when the darkness archetype was first released, it was maybe hard to judge how many darknesses you could create per game and knowing how far that discount could take you. But obviously with Senna creating darknesses, with the way the deck is built now, you're able to get so many different darkness effects throughout one game that it's definitely going to start piling up the value and definitely be worth it. And the 3/4 Stallion is big. I mean, it's a big Stallion as well. Hapless Aristocrat gonna help at chump blocking, which is what you want to do against all these units that are coming out with quick attack. Tristana's still gonna be a threat with 4 HP, just enough to survive over this darkness.
And Ultraman really wishes that he had found this Hapless Aristocrat in that Scouts game, but it is gonna do something here. It's gonna provide some value, although he may just opt to hold the mana for this darkness instead. It's a tough choice.
Yeah, can't even attack here because of the fear of the sharp sight potentially.
It's a really tough spot to be in here. You can develop the Aristocrat and tap yourself out of darkness. You can go in for the swing and then try and darkness whatever he blocks with, assuming there is a block. This is not what I expected to see come out.
Still down to 1 HP, can be killed off by darkness here. But you can also do it next turn. You have the Withering Wail now as well, which is going to be able to answer to a few cards, at least damage most of the board without there being a range of resolve. Now, this is the scary part here.
Yes, it is. And I think you have to go for this darkness first, and then maybe we're following this up with the second Senna. I don't know if that's going to minimize more damage, or if there's a better line here. We do have access to the Wallop, of course, and we can always play the Conchologist after this Yordles in Arms goes off. So maybe some outs.
The thing is, it's always the case where if you're looking, how do I solve the problem of this first Yordle in Arm? Well, then it's always the rally effect that comes after it that you have to actually, that's the real question you have to find an answer for. And most decks and most players in most situations usually can't. This is why this deck is so powerful. One, you're able to build a board like this one so easily and so effectively and so consistently. There's not really any game where you're not able to find this 6-wide board on turn 5 or 6.
Yeah, you said it, Panda. Being able to first cast this Yordles in Arms and then follow it up with a rally is just so punishing for... No deck can contest this board. There's just nothing that can contest two attacks from such a big board. And as for how they fix this, and so that way it's not such a problem going for the rest of the game's history, for the rest of the game's lifespan, I have no idea. Because I guess you could just gut all the HP off of Yordles in Arms, but then the card's just dead forever. Is that the worst thing in the world? Maybe not.
Or we delete Demacia.
I like that.
Okay, let's do it. All right, I'll send the motion forward to the dev team, and we'll see how many signatures it gets online on change.org. Delete Demacia from Legends of Runeterra.
Petition coming to your PC soon.
I think the devs told me if we get 10,000 signatures, we're good to go. There's millions of players, no? We can just we have to pander to the Path of Champions players.
Yeah.
We'll give them one cosmetic skin of some sort if they sign the signature. And that's gonna be it. That's gonna be game. Joken ends up taking game 3 of the series. Ultraman is defeated by the triple Demacia Lamp that we've talked about, being so scary in this current meta. The boogeyman, of course, in any tournament, and this one is not gonna be an exception. Joken finds a way to make it into the grand finals with that Fight Night debut buff of being a player that, this is his first Fight Night. I think, maybe I'm wrong, maybe we had him here a year ago and I forgot. But still, big showing from him. Beating Ultraman in the process, I think, exceptional. And I think his mental fortitude or game going into the rest of this tournament is going to be really good.
Yeah, clearly a really strong player, clearly a really intelligent deck builder. We talked about how he's teched the Riposte into all 3 of his Demacia decks and how that is such a great tech for the current meta game with Demacia being so heavy. So really glad to see him with that beginner buff, or with that newbie buff, whatever you want to call it, making his way to this grand finals. And it looks like we're getting into another game of Smooth Swallowist against Sari. And Sari's on that Yuumi Pantheon. Did he have Tark in this list as well? I think he did.
Yeah. This is going to be the loser bracket round 2 still. On the other side, we saw Just Taco, the Italian player, beating Ace. So Ace, our snail man, is officially also out of the tournament, unfortunately. And Just Taco has found his way into the top 4 and will be playing the winner of this matchup. So this last final game 3 between Smooth and Sari will decide who ends up, joining Jokund, Ultraman, and Just Taco in the top 4 of this week's tournament.
And this Yordles in Arms is going to be answered by a blinded Mystic.
Well, maybe not answered, but he answered part 1. A 10-question test. You've now written your name on the test. That's all you've done.
Yeah.
That's the answer.
Hey, some teachers are nice. They'll give you 1 point for that.
Well, maybe in the U.S., definitely not in Europe. In my schooling efforts in Spain, I did not get any points. I got points deducted for putting my name sometimes, maybe even.
Yeah. And debating what to silence if it matters. I think you should just probably take the elusive unit out, but maybe not. Maybe the spell shield's more problematic.
12 HP on the Nexus for Sari, so still somewhat healthy, but this is going to be a wide swing here. Can't block the elusive, as you mentioned. Going to give some extra value in hand as well for Smooth with the Alcat for next turn as well.
Sari might be forced to use the Guiding Touch on his face here.
Mm-hmm. You mentioned on his face, and I noticed the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card Slinger on the bottom right. He seems like he needs a Guiding Touch as well.
Yeah. It's the Sari Classic as the Yu-Gi-Oh! Pepe in the bottom.
I think the heart of the cards are definitely not in that hand right now from the expression on the face.
I mean, the heart of the cards showed up for Sari today, though, because I was looking through Discord earlier, reading all the other messages from earlier in the day, and he was saying that his generator was out today again. It broke down, so he's on laptop battery right now, or at least was. Not sure if he still is, and the generator got fixed, but almost couldn't participate today.
That would be obviously a terrible thing, because Sari is one of the players that I always look forward to seeing in tournaments. Always, a player that is just very, very consistent. Seasonals and fight nights, especially on ladder, really in every format possible. He is there. His name is always there. I'm always interviewing him, and he's always putting up pretty good results most of the time, as long as the timer isn't taking him down.
Yeah, single-handedly carried Lebanon to EU Masters, twice?
Yeah, I mean that's the kind of player he is.
Yeah, crazy. And just considering what to do with this turn, you'd probably just take this end round, do you not? I didn't even notice it was offered. I wonder if Smooth DC potentially.
It might be the case. We will see if we have. Yeah, Smooth did end up DCing. And Sari is going to be giving Smooth the win, apparently. I think he knew that maybe he had the win on board already. So very good sportsmanship from Sari if that is the case. But maybe I am misreading the information from our producers, so we will have some confirmation on that. It could be the case, obviously, if you think that there was a win that was there, you couldn't do anything about it from Smooth's side, then despite the disconnect, you might end up giving the win to your opponent. But we'll give you guys an update very soon. Obviously, this game is no longer really happening, at least from Smooth's side.
Sari doing his best to keep the turn extended so that way Smooth can reconnect and maybe have a chance to win, but just waiting to see what happens here. And in a small tournament like this, especially with players who do know each other and interact quite frequently in these secret Discord servers that we've been mentioning, not unheard of to just be a good sportsman and say, okay, you know what, you take it.
And the surrender does come through. Sari will end up giving Smooth the win. Again, despite maybe Smooth coming back into the game on this turn, the one big thing was that that attack the last turn. That's why you were so confused all by the end round, as was I. But now we have the answer as to why that was. Smooth just roped out from the disconnect and couldn't actually punch in the attack and maybe even just win the game right there. So sorry, ends up being eliminated. I think disconnect or not, he would have probably lost that game with that attack anyway because of the strength of Yordle Arms. And that will be Smooth with his triple Yordle Arms lineup moving forward to play Taco, the Italian player, in the losers semifinal. And this is our top 4. Going into the tournament today, Monte, did you expect these to be the 4 players making it to this stage of the tournament?
So I definitely expected Ultraman to make it through. As we've touched on so many times today already, he is definitely one of the best players in Europe. As far as the rest of them go, I've obviously never heard of Jokun before today. Super glad to see the first timer making his way to the winners finals and the grand finals here. And then of course Smooth Swallowist, when I took a look at the deck list, I was like, this man's trolling. It's glorious trolling, but it's trolling. So no, I really didn't expect to see him make it all the way to the top 4. I thought this Zed Fizz deck was going to flop. I thought the Zoe Gnar deck was going to flop, but it's got Gnar and Zoe in it. That was foolish of me, clearly.
It had Yordle Arms. That's why I had no doubts. I mean, 9 Yordle Arms. Well, that's an easy top 4, I think, in this case. But Smooth ends up making it here, and that will be our top 4. We'll be casting, of course, Smooth versus Taco in the next round. We haven't seen Taco yet, so that will be a chance to get to see him in action, to see lineup he's brought as well. But we will be going to a bit of a longer break, 5 minutes, now that we are the halfway point in the tournament. And then we'll be coming back with losers semi, losers final, and then the grand finals to see who ends up being the champion for today's fight night. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back in 5 minutes. Welcome back, everyone, to Final Legends EU. We are now coming back from the halfway point, ready to jump into losers semifinals. It will be Just a Taco versus Smooth Soloist, last week's champion. Just a Taco, a player we haven't seen before. He does have a great taco avatar. Another very young player coming into the MEA region from Italy, a country that, we have Broken Ball, of course, but it's a country that hasn't necessarily been a powerhouse in EMEA, like Germany, like Spain, like Poland to some degree, in some cases, in some metas. So we'll see. We'll see if Just Taco is able to kind of add on to the legend of this country and just maybe create a bit more density in terms of the renowned players that are playing from Italy. But have you heard of Just Taco before, or is this kind of your first experience?
They follow me on Twitter, so I have heard of them because I am aware of some of my Twitter followers, and I take a peek at things when I get new ones. But outside of that, no, I had not heard of Just a Taco, but super glad to see them showing up and making it all the way to the losers semis in their first fight night. That new timer buff paying off once again. I wish that was a thing in North America. My first fight night, I went 0-2.
You're learning very quickly what the traditions are and how important the traditions are here in EMEA. We follow them pretty strictly. We had a bit of a problem once we came back into this new year. We had the tradition of always having a bracket reset in grand finals. Kind of didn't work out the first 2 months of the year, but now we're back in that tradition. The new player buff, as I told you at the very beginning, is clearly in full effect. Both players making their debut in Fight Night are both in top 4, as we're used to seeing. So I'm not surprised, and I think it's always a great thing to be able to see these players that we don't know too much about creating kind of their own legacy right in front of our eyes on this first time that they have a chance to in a big tournament. So we're gonna check out the lineup from Just a Taco. We haven't seen him yet, but it will be starting things off a Faye deck with nothing too crazy here. Is there anything you would say is maybe a bit perplexing or a bit odd to see?
No, this is a completely standard list. They're still on the 2 copies of Ranger's Resolve and the 2 Buster Shots, so this is like basically a day one, not quite a day one list, but this is pretty much the original list that I've seen since the start, and super standard stuff, not a lot to comment on.
Second deck will be Yuumi Pantheon again. Another, not an oppressive tier 1 deck that's really taking control of the meta, but a deck that has been relevant in the meta since Yuumi came out, basically, and it has been an option that some players, if they enjoy this playstyle, will gravitate towards, and it's a deck that you can definitely bring to a tournament, and it's not ever a bad idea for the most part. But the list itself doesn't seem too crazy. Maybe the 2 copies of Confront are a bit of the only maybe odd things to look at.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a different list, a little non-standard, but you've made some room for stuff like Chain Vest, Confronts, and a second Bastion over your Blinded Mystic, your Yuumi, and a 3rd copy of Goat, as well as that 3rd copy of Guiding Touch, a card that loses a little bit of value when you're not playing Taric. So Confront lets you have a little bit more game into these Fae matchups, and I really like to see that it's being included in this list. Another very intelligent tech from Just a Taco. We've been talking about it all day. All these players have been just so smart in their lineup builds and in their deck construction. So I really like this list coming out. Bastion, of course, is going to be able to protect those key threats. Having a second copy there means that you're going to see it more. And overall, very well-constructed list coming out from Just a Taco.
And now, the real spice that we've been waiting for all tournament long. We get to see Jace Lux. Pharaoh's Financier, of course, a very strong card that is, kind of worked perfectly with both Lux and Jace. We have the rest of the very strong Demacia package with the Broadwind coming in, of course, Protector, Vanguard Sergeant to have that crazy for Demacia. And also just all the different spells that are so strong. Concerted Strike, Zonal Combat, Aegis, having some amount of rally potential as well.
Yeah, and Vanguard Sergeant in there to make for Demacia, another 6 cost spell that works with both your champions. This lineup is actually the exact lineup that has won 3 different Mastering Runeterra America's Shards tournaments in the past week. Dave Bow has taken down, over the past 2 weeks, 3 different tournaments, and this Jace Lux deck is a signature of his, so Just a Taco clearly paying attention to what's going on in the competitive scene, seeing that this lineup is strong. It's clearly very strong, as it's won, not 2, but 3 different tournaments, given those are a little bit smaller sample sizes, but still, the theory's there. So, game 1 about to get underway.
The bans do come in. Tristana is banned on Just a Taco's side, and Smooth The Zed, too strong apparently. Clearly it is a Zed, not anything else in the deck. That was scaring Taco and will end up being banned for Smooth. So Smooth is going to have the battle tree that we haven't seen too much of yet, or we haven't seen it all, I think, on stream.
I think we jumped into the very end of one game of this. But yeah, we haven't had a chance to see this too deep yet. Grandfather Fae in the opening hand, it's Smooth deciding whether or not he wants to keep it. Considering we're playing a lot of this Fae package and this is kind of the game plan, I think you want to keep that one.
Yeah, it's an engine that I think is always going to be pretty valuable. And Taco is opting to bring forward his Pantheon deck into this game 1.
And Protopora found it's a good turn 1 play, going to start working you towards those region conditions for both your Banditry and your Yordles and Arps, which we have in hand now.
With this matchup, generally you're not really going to win off of going aggro for the most part, depending on how fast you're able to flood the board, because you have this kind of mixed game plan. It's not fully Yordle and Arms where you're just flooding the board very consistently. Sometimes you're playing more for the Banditry condition, but in this case, do you think you're able to stall long enough against Pantheon to be able to win with Banditry?
No, I think you have to go for the flood. So I really like this aggressive charger pickup, and I like trying to have Yordles and Arms active for turn 5 if possible, and Teemo's going to help you do that. So this is looking pretty perfect for Smooth here. He's just going to be able to drop out all his units here, and then on the next turn drop out all the remaining units, and then open with the Yordles and Arms. Pantheon is at most going to be able to put out 3 units, which is a lot more than you would expect from a Pantheon at this stage in the game, but still gonna struggle to be able to keep up in tempo and keep up in board presence against this Yordles and Arms deck that's looking to close out the game on its next attack.
Smooth, of course, thinking if there might be a sharp sight that would stop this Teemo in its tracks. Still 3 mana up for Taco, so there is a chance for it. Especially now with obviously the double Saga Seekers allowing the sharp sight to come through to kill off the Teemo, to proc the Fated as well for this turn. It is a scary thought, and that's why we end up seeing a pass there.
Yeah, I don't mind the pass. We are just trying to set up this Yordles and Arms. It is active this turn already, so could play it if we had the token, but we don't. Instead, we're just going to continue to develop our board. Maybe try and find a silence or even a stun off of this Loping Telescope.
Messenger is going to be okay as well, just getting that extra bit of card draw.
Yeah, never a bad option. And there's that Confront that we talked about, showing its power.
And this is a big information giveaway. Attacking the Teemo here means there's probably no sharp sight in hand, or at least is a pretty good idea. There might not be a sharp sight to kill off the Teemo on the block on the defense turn next turn. So a good idea considering that there is a second Teemo in hand for Smooth.
Yeah, Smooth not going to feel too bad about losing that one. Does have the second one to refill, as you said. Elusive damage going to be pretty important. We have a bit of a read on no sharp sight, which means that this Yordles and Arms is going to get through for quite a bit.
Messenger comes in first, making sure you have a full board to buff up here. And we'll see if Taco has any kind of interaction. Yeah, we're going to see here Cataclysm is going to be used up. So that is going to be at least one of these units being taken down. One of the scary units as well, with Teemo obviously being elusive and having the threat of the mushrooms.
And then the Yordles and Arms off the top played. It's important to note there is it does matter which one you play. You inflict more mental damage on your opponent by playing the one you got off the top. Gotta take this into your own games, guys. It's gonna increase your win rate, I promise you. 100% success rate. But yeah, the full attack just gonna come out here from the side of Smooth, clear out the board, open the way for the next Yordles and Arms, and hopefully get him one step closer to winning this game and making his way to the grand finals.
Gonna have to find a way to refill a little bit more on the board here, try and get a few more units up. The Pokestick will definitely help with that. The top deck might as well. Gonna be another Teemo, so third Teemo in the deck coming out to play here on turn 6.
Yeah, Teemo really, really likes Smooth, apparently. He says, thank you for putting me in the deck. I'm gonna show up when you need me to help you push lethal damage. Yeah, and of course, Confront gonna let Taco continuously take out these backline threat units. Backline value units, but doesn't really matter when you can just completely refill your board as Smooth. Pantheon at 3 out of 5.
You might have been dissuaded from maybe playing Teemo if you think there's going to be a rally effect to benefit from the challenger again, but there's no overwhelm on the White Flame, so really any kind of rally effect or any kind of challenge there doesn't really matter.
Yeah, It's until you find that overwhelm, your units doesn't really matter how big they get. You can just continuously chump them, and then you don't care.
There's going to be a second Yordle in Arms coming online. Single combat is found, so Teemo will be answered yet again by his White Flame. The White Flame is now the Teemo killer, apparently.
Yeah. Do you think he earned like a special badge for that? All three Teemos?
He has enough badges. With all the stats he's getting, there's no space for more badges, I think.
There's no Steam achievements for White Flames?
I hope not. Don't incentivize people to play more White Flames. Protoporo comes out, huge attack here, forcing blocks on I think the surrender comes through, and to no one's surprise, double Yordle Arms turns back to back onto different attack token turns is usually very hard to deal with, and it seems to be the case there as well. Smooth taking game one, and Taco's Pantheon not being enough to stop the pressure that comes forward from a deck that has Yordle Arms and is able to just, again, so consistently have it active and have a full board to buff on turn 6, on turn 5, on turn 7 sometimes.
Yeah, unfortunately, just a Taco there wasn't able to find a Zenith Blade to give his units overwhelm, and therefore wasn't able to convert those massive stats into a threat. And as such, Smooth Swallowist was able to just continuously take whatever damage he wanted, or trade down his board and refill it, and then set up with the back-to-back Yordles in Arms. Here, we're going to see a full mulligan come out, and we found a Gleaming Lantern, a Grandfather Fay, and a Yordles in Arms. This is pretty much exactly what you want from the side of Smooth.
Second Grandfather Fay comes into hand now as well. Taco is running it back with still the Pantheon list, trying to get his first win in the series. It is now a match point here in terms, or actually a tournament point for Taco, where if he ends up losing this, he's out of the tournament, gonna guarantee a top 4, but that's really it here. And Smooth is gonna get one step closer to trying to get the back-to-back. He did win last week's tournament, is now in loser's bracket. It has still a long road ahead of him, having to beat Ultraman in the losers final, and then having to get the bracket reset against Jokin in the grand finals. But one step closer now with that last win.
And Smooth opting to keep mana up here. Says, I don't really need to develop my board just yet. I'm going to prevent you from attacking by threatening to answer you.
There's a Lantern coming down, and finally now the Zenith Blade is here, so it's a very different game, where all of a sudden the Cataclysms are that much scarier when you're pushing through, 6 or 7 or 8 damage.
Yeah, that Zenith Blade, just finding that alone completely changes the way this game is going to go. Suddenly these Owlcats can sometimes become a liability with their spell shield. Cataclysm starts a free attack and doesn't drag them in, so can send units into face and let your opponent decide their blockers, or you can target your own. Depends what you want to be doing. Second Zenith Blade coming down, developing a secondary threat. Going to make every attack token that much scarier for just a Taco here.
We're back where we were last game, where there's a full board once again. And it's
Confront on the same turn too, right before the Yordles in Arms. I'm having flashbacks here, Panda.
Oh, I've been casting Fight Night for a few weeks now with this meta, and listen, it's all melding together with the Yordle Arms being played pretty much every series we cast.
Do you think they're going to touch that card? I mean, they have to, right?
I mean, yes. I think that should be a rhetorical question. I would hope that's a rhetorical question at least.
It's Riot. It's not always necessarily that straightforward.
I'm still gonna be an optimist. Let's just keep it at that. But Yordle Arms is put down onto the board once again. Full board to buff here. All 6 units. Only 2 defenders now. The biggest difference is the fact that there is gonna be the overwhelm on the White Flame. Once again, there is gonna be a single combat to try and thin down the amount of units that are getting the buff from this Yordle Arms. But it's still a massive attack and still gonna trade obviously into Saga Seeker very easily and almost into the White Flame as well.
Yeah, the single combat just means that there's room for this Gnar to come down now, and he's going to get to attack in for free as well. Don't really need to be holding the mana from the side of Smooth.
Yeah, I think the obviously the...
Wow, that's the side of desperation. Yumi coming down just as a blocker, just a Taco identifying that they are in a very dire position.
I think it might be the Alcat, though, if you want to play Pale Cascade onto one of the 7 attack units to try and maybe get a trade into the White Flame.
Yeah, you might be right on that one. Without the eye to spoil me, I can't do quick maths anymore. I've lost all my math skills. Riot ruined them, so No develop at all, actually. Just going to take the full swing.
Yeah, that's going to be the case. They're going to try and maybe force the Pill Cascade. You do have both Pill Cascade and Perseverarium to find more cards to refill your hand, so you're not so dependent on the Poke Stick from the Gnar. I think you're maybe able to try and go for this line. It is a risky line, of course, to try and get the Pill Cascade kill on the White Flame, but I think it's obviously definitely worth taking if it ends up working out. You're very much in the lead now.
Yes, and even if it doesn't end up working out, you are drawing out one more resource from your opponent. That's one less card they're going to have to defend it on a future turn, and it's one less buff they're going to have to try and push lethal onto you.
That will be the case there. Sharp Sight does come out, keeps the White Flame alive at 3 HP. So not the healthiest, but still enough to not be at the mercy of a Pokestick, for example. And 7 HP on the Nexus for Just Taco.
And debating between the Owlcat or Pass here.
The Zoe pickup is not necessarily any kind of interaction, so Smooth could still be in trouble. If there is going to be some kind of all-in Cataclysm turn.
That's the start of an all-in Cataclysm turn, Panda. Aggressive Sharp Sight. We do see the hand. The second hand is available to us now. There is Cataclysm. There is also a single combat there. So, lots of things that can go right for Just a Taco here to actually let him close out this game.
Is there anything you can do? I mean, the Cataclysm is the one card in these Pantheon lists that really is able to turn games that are kind of non-games and just this more cheesy all-in line where if they don't have an answer, all of a sudden you can win the game quite easily. And I think maybe Yordle and Arms to get the extra HP is the play. Maybe you don't expect the Cataclysm, but you have to be scared of it. And obviously you're thinking about Yordle and Arms as your win condition next turn, so you don't want to maybe take that risk. And you're going to be punished for it.
Yeah.
13 attack, only 2 HP on this Mayor. And no interaction in hand whatsoever.
Nothing that can be done here. So, Just a Taco was able to survive by the skin of their teeth there at 7 HP. Find the Cataclysm just in time. Or I guess that came from the back of the hand, but found the Zenith Blade this time. Found the Cataclysm, had the Cataclysm available in time to close out the game before Smooth could pull the rug out from under them. Very well played by Taco there to navigate themselves into that position.
Tie the series 1-1. We're going into a final game 3 to see who of these two players advances to face off against Ultraman. Now there is no more Pantheon possibilities for Just a Taco. We are going to see the Jace Lux finally coming to play. We saw the Fae that was banned, the Dracana deck was banned in the series, so we will have a chance to see this Jace Lux. You mentioned it, I had no idea it was actually having so much success in the Mastering Runeterra tournaments in the Americas region, so I'm extra excited now to see it in action, to see, it does seem strong on paper, but obviously Jace hasn't really pushed into the top, like, high tier 2, you know, echelon of decks right now or in the past few months in the meta, so I'm excited to see what the play patterns look like here.
Yeah, I think part of the problem with Jace is that people kind of expect too much from him. As just a 4-mana 4/4 challenger that comes down on curve after a Tristana right now, he's just a really good unit. Even if you trade him evenly for a Tristana, normally that's something you would feel pretty bad about, but Trist is so powerful right now, and there's all these other backline threat units like this Gleaming Lantern and the Grandfather Fae that aren't going to necessarily kill Jace, but that Jace can take out for free. That Jace has a lot of value in the metagame right now, just as a challenger unit. Never mind using him for his flip side or his level 2 ability.
I think it's similar to maybe what Vi was a few months ago when the shuffle deck that I first started playing became a bigger thing in the meta. Answering Nami, answering a few different things. The challenger aspect of Vi was pretty massive in that meta, where people were kind of trying to play shuffle without Vi at the beginning or writing her off, but then they kind of noticed why she was so strong. So might be a similar thing here with Jace.
Definitely could be, and this super cool star chart picked up from the side of Smooth here, potentially going to give him access to stuff like Silence or Stun. Both very good options in this matchup.
The challenger here on the Broadwing, they're going to be massive at trying to take down this Zoe on this turn. Gleaming Lantern can come down here. You're going to kind of give more options for this Broadwing to really feast here.
It almost sets up a bit of a fork. Do you want to take the Gleaming Lantern? Do you want to take my Zoe? Which one do you prioritize more? And I think you probably take out the Zoe because it's quote-unquote free, but maybe you do just want to get that Lantern off the board as soon as possible.
You can play greedy here, go for the Lantern, and try and kill Zoe with the Beam, but that is obviously maybe a bit too optimistic to guess that all these things would go right when your opponent still has 2 spell mana.
Well, if you do threaten the Lantern, and then they respond with that Pale Cascade that we see in the hand, you know you're then safe to go after the Zoe, and you still have the option of taking out this Lantern if you've changed your mind. So, well played by Just a Taco. Saw the line, decided to take it. We'll see what they actually end up thermo beaming here, because I have to imagine it's going to come out.
Yeah, I mean, I think for sure, but now the question, like you mentioned, is it the Zoe? Is it the Lantern? Well, let's say the Lantern's going to be the case. The tempo game. The one thing already, that Justaco's hand looks pretty empty for where we are in the game right now. Going to turn 4, has the Ferris Financier, yes, and also the Sergeant, both cards that replenish your hands with, high cost and pretty impactful spells. But we'll see where the next few turns take him and what the topics are, because his one drop coming in is not really ideal in terms of trying to find a better hand for the late game.
Yeah, probably wants to be looking for something like a progress day off of this Pharaoh's Financier, and if they can find it, might be in a really good spot, but until then, is kind of looking like they're out of steam, whereas Smooth's hand is just going to keep on giving.
Or Smooth's hand is the same hand we've seen in the last 4 games.
Yeah.
And it seemed pretty good then, it seems pretty good now.
It's got everything. Equinox found, Charger found, Mood Silver found. All 3 options here are really good. Does decide to go for the Equinox. Is going to remove that pesky Challenger unit from the field. It's formidable units. Not so good the moment they lose that formidable tag.
There's the Alkai coming out as well. And as you mentioned, the Equinox in the hand for Smooth. We're going to have double Force Chief, so we're going to have a chance to get a little bit extra spell mana for that, possible spell from the Financier, from the For Demacia, to kind of maybe just play defensively to answer your own arms at some point.
The Pharaoh's Financier's coming down right now. We'll see what he does pick up. Was it a Snap pick? And it was Shock Blast.
Kind of the most neutral or balanced pick most of the time.
Yeah, it's a good one. Lets you push damage, lets you maintain board. It's versatile, and it works with your Jace. So, not the worst pickup in the world. Probably pretty happy to see it.
Weirdly enough, it is Just a Taco that has the bigger board right now up against this Fade deck. Can go for a wide swing here, has the strike effects available obviously on, but maybe just wants to keep this board for the Demacia, but I think it might be a little bit too late. You have to wait a whole other attack token turn to make use of this board.
I think the swing has to probably come out pretty soon.
And more, despite you losing the value of your Demacia, you're also taking away the value from your opponent's possible Yordle arms the next turn by controlling the board a bit.
Yeah, and it actually looks like the round end's going to be taken by Smooth Soloist there. Yordles and arms set up now. Can be answered by the Fort Demacia in kind, and then you're kind of just trading spells.
Yep.
You're okay with that as Just a Taco. This Fort Demacia was free, whereas Smooth had to pay a card slot for the Yordles and arms.
I think you do want to go for it this turn though. Trade spells because you have Treasure Trash. You want to go for that late game option. The late game is more in your favor because of this for the most part. So trading down spells, trading down hand sizes, I think always going to be beneficial for Smooth here.
Yeah, I agree. And here's the Mystic Shot coming out to just try and reduce this damage a little bit. Maybe allow Just a Taco to save 1 extra unit. But going to be stopped by the Pale Cascade. And Starry Scamp not active, so can't be played after this Fort Demacia.
Yeah, I think no point attacking here from either player. Trades would just be 1-for-1 for the most part all across the board.
Yeah, don't even want to send the minion in, even though it comes back, it is just going to get chumped by 6-7.
Yeah.
So, just a waste of mana at that point. Looks like maybe actually thinking about it.
Just going through trying to think, what all the pairings on the blockers would be. Just talking to see if there's any point for attacking here. If there's any value in it. Of course, there's 1 extra unit. There's one, the unit advantage is in Taco's favor.
Oh, and actually sent it. And Taco, I think, got to be really happy with this.
I think it comes down to Smooth maybe correctly identifying that the hand is looking pretty grim for Taco. If he's able to trade down the board, trade down all the value that there is present for both players to make use of, you have a chance to just take over with Treasure Trash, have this crazy high tempo off of the 3 cards you're able to pull from that, and then just win the game through that value.
Of course, and does still have cards of his own that can be played out before we even get to that Treasure Trash. Here is a decision point. Do we Buster Shot the 4-3? Do we play Gnar? Do we play a Starry Scamp? Looks like we're going to play the Starry Scamp out.
And we could once again see Treasure Trash is going to come down here. 6 cards are going to come into hand. You can play 3 of them. Let us see what's... Well, Screeching Dragon is going to be a good option. Sandseer is also not bad in terms of just the straight up. Dawn Speakers is interesting. Could maybe make some use of it, but overall not the most high roll generation we've seen.
Yeah, definitely not the worst either, though. As you said, that Screeching Dragon is pretty good. The Sandseer itself, stats for value, as well as giving you a card draw. Not the worst thing in the world. And does also have the option of this Time Winder, maybe. Instead, looks like they're just going to choose the Challenger units. I've seen worse hits off of Treasure Trash.
I've seen better ones though as well.
True.
This is somewhere in the middle, I think.
Yeah, this is a pretty good hit, I think, on average.
But the biggest thing is the fact that Taco doesn't have the same chance to refuel like we're seeing here with Treasure Trash, and this is what I was talking about with the boards being traded out. It's going to be a benefit for Smooth because all of a sudden, unless the top deck is fantastic, Lux is one of the better top decks that you could be getting at this point.
And Smooth decided to give Taco a little bit more time, and it might come back to bite them. Shock Blast, I would imagine, is going to come out here, generate a laser.
That will be the case. Gnar being taken down, Screeching Dragon down to 2 HP as well.
Then we'll probably ping off the Screeching Dragon the rest of the way, and that'll be it for this turn from the side of just a Taco. Maybe we'll go in for a Challenger if the second Gnar is played, just to remove that from the board as well. This game is balanced on a razor's edge.
The Mage Seeker gets taken down there with a Buster Shot. Lux, of course, still alive, leveled up, has a barrier, can't be touched on this turn, and can continue being an engine that can generate more and more value if you have the spells to work with her. But that's the problem. There isn't really, it's value that you have to work to generate. It's not just free value that's just given every turn for her surviving.
Yeah, but the right top deck card could mean that just a Taco is fully back into this game. Although Smooth does find more and more refill off of their seemingly infinite supply.
And it has the perfect blocker here as well to just continue generating some cheap value, but still value that can be played out every turn. With chance not to for Aloof Traveler as well, that is massive at pretty much guaranteeing that Lux can't really, pop off.
Aloof Traveler's just so good in these end game positions here. He's going to build a chase if the turn starts with it. Could also just lead with the Yordles and Arms. And I gotta say, Smooth is really good at drawing these.
If you're worried about kind of expensive spells being played out to get the value from Lux as well, especially Lux being able to take down one of the units that's going to get buffed by Yordle, I don't see the reason not to just play out the Aloof Travelers right away.
Yeah, it just makes sense to me to deal with the Aloof Travelers. We know that there's no Thermos left in the deck. We saw both used already this game, so it's never eating that, which is a worthless card, meaning that the only thing it is going to burn is quality cards off of your opponent's deck list at this point. And any quality card can mean a massive change in the pace of the game.
Maybe hasn't been keeping track of the generated cards and thinks there might still be kind of an overcosted spell that he would be burning that's kind of defending the better cards in hand, possibly.
Could just have decided that this was the more mana efficient play and wanted to save it for the following turn when they were being potentially threatened. Tasty Fave Folk gonna get some HP back. It's a pretty good pickup. Could play it this turn, decides not to.
Which is odd considering that it has trades into everything.
Yeah, I think I would have played it as well. Also, it's getting you healing on this turn where there's no guarantee it's going to get you any healing next turn.
Would have been that much closer to lethal. 6 HP now on the Nexus for Taco.
Yeah, it's a 5-3, right? So that would have put Taco to 1, potentially. Of course, did have the option to use the second single combat there to save a little bit more HP, but still, forcing more resources out is never a bad thing.
Jace's acceleration gate not looking so hot when it's only Jace on the board. Not really benefiting from, well, I guess the Forge Workers are coming out to play, trying to do a little bit here to help Jace try and mount a comeback, but I think it's going to be a little bit too, well, I mean, it is a whole lot of units coming down, but
you have be pretty close.
Pretty clean trades all across the board for the most part. And you have the aloof, obviously, to burn the acceleration gate.
That's what feels really bad from the side of Taco. You were kind of counting on that acceleration gate to give you a chance to end this game, and now you're forced into trading off your entire board yet again.
Despite the advantage on units, you're going to have 2 spells that can interact at fast speed, so there is not going to be any damage sneaking through on the side. But it's just, again, the case of there not being a hand for Taco, despite him being able to trade off his entire board. Buster Shot will clean up Jace, and, well, Financier is able to maybe get Taco once again a little bit back into the game, but it seems like he's just constantly trying to go uphill, and he's not really going anywhere.
Yeah, hopefully the Pharaohs will be able to find them something good here, but the single combat going to come up, take out the Gnar. Unfortunately, generates a Pokey Stick from the side of Smooth.
Judgment.
Uh-oh, Spaghetti-O.
It's happening.
It's not telescope, happening. You can't complain. That's a reasonable one in the pool.
Listen, if this is how you have to do it to defeat the big bad villain that is your arms, I will give my seal of approval. Taco has the hall pass to play out a judgment and not get, or to generate a judgment and not get flamed for it, because this has been a bullying battle from Smooth, constantly throwing his infinite value Bandle City at poor Jace and poor Lux, just trying to do their thing, be a unique deck in the meta. And sometimes judgment is the only way. You have to find justice in the world, Monte.
Sometimes judgment is the only way, and this time it is the only way twice, because Jace is going to double it up.
And I told you before, you get this buff for bringing unique decks, and Smooth is now finding out that when you bring 9 Yordan Arms to a tournament like Fight Night, the card game gods are going to punish you for it in some way or another. Instead of drawing it excited when you need to, you will get judgmented by your opponent.
Yeah, and Taco looking to be pretty set up in this position here, right? There's not a whole lot Smooth can find. I don't think there's any massive healing in the deck, no star shapings or anything to keep him alive. Doesn't even opt to play the unit there.
And this will be, of course, Game 3, the deciding game to see who advances to play Ultraman in the loser's final. Blastcone Seedling comes out with the barrier. You're not going to die just yet. You're going to have...
chances are being stolen away from you very, very quickly here.
6 damage being pushed through the Missile Shot as well. You're not quite there to try and, 5 HP is still healthy enough to not really get burned down from Smooth's side.
I would be very impressed if Smooth was able to find Burn in Targon.
Listen, don't give Telescope any ideas, okay?
There's no Telescope in hand yet, thankfully. We don't gotta be too worried.
Just you wait.
Come on. It won't happen. It won't happen. I can't possibly screw it up that bad.
So third Seedling comes down. You have a 5 for 5 fight on the board, but you have the 4 Demacia, so this entire board will be traded out at this point. Getting further and further from having any outs at this point if you're Smooth.
I wonder if you should almost just waste the assembly line to have a full board swing.
You have the mana for both spells as well.
Yeah.
But you can also just, you had trades going in your favor anyway, so there's no point in playing out the 4 Demacia at this point.
It's true. You can just send it this way and see what happens, and then refill your board if something goes horribly wrong with that single top deck card. So... playing it slow and steady, super good, as we mentioned. Not really a way for Bandle Targon to find Burn, and of course, as we say that, back-to-back Pokey Sticks drawn. So, maybe this will go wrong, terribly wrong.
We saw the remember the tasty vehicle wasn't played out with 5 attack, and there's currently 5 HP on the Nexus for Taco. So I mean, there are some places where Smooth might have misplayed or didn't have the right information that we have as casters, obviously, and could have had different lines that might have given him the win already, despite the judgment.
Yeah, and those assembly workers going to come out and refill this board for just a Taco. Another healing unit found, another Feyfolk, and still just going to be placed, kept in hand for the time being. And third Pokey Stick. Wow.
Monte, you're learning the powers of being a caster. You can bring so many realities to life just by saying them out loud.
And unfortunately for Smooth Swallowist, the reality of this game is that just a Taco has the lethal in hand. With the doubled up Shock Blast and the Mystic Shot, can put them on the stack. Shouldn't be anything Smooth can do.
Ripper's Bay is definitely not the card that you're gonna, put all your marbles on to try and come back and win out a game to make it to loser's final. And that, as you mentioned, will be the Shock Blast committed, doubled up by Jace, 6 damage going onto the Nexus, and Mystic Shot still available for 2 mana in hand with absolutely nothing that Smooth can do despite having a Tasty Feyfolk in hand. Not gonna have a chance to even attack.
Yeah, maybe he had to develop that Feyfolk at the end of the last turn and go for an open. But that's kind of a hard read to make, and even if he does that, he's losing the Feyfolk, losing his board. Just not good enough from that position. So, you must be happy at the end of that one, Panda. Yordles and Arms went down. We saw the 9x Yia lineup. It's no longer here. We don't have to watch it anymore.
That is true, and Taco did have a big comeback. Game 2 even with that Cataclysm that suddenly got him to the game when we thought he was completely out of it, facing up against Yordle and Arms where the board was just massive and he had no real outs, but was able to get maybe a bit of a cheesy line with there not being any answer from Smooth there to answer the Cataclysm and the Overwhelm on the White Flame, and now in this case as well. A game that seemed to be over. You find the Judgment, which, again, from the finisher was definitely, a high roll was definitely, a lot of RNG variance that was there, but Taco did a very good job of continuing to fight for that game, despite it looking pretty doomed for the last 5 or 6 turns, where he was constantly getting, feeling the pressure from the full board, the replenishing the board constantly, and the Yordle and Arms being played out on, I believe, 3 of them might have been played out, definitely 2 in that game.
I think all 3 were played out, and I think we saw an Aloof Travelers burn a pretty critical card there as well. So definitely a tough spot to be in as just a Taco. Excellent for. Really impressive to see him be able to maintain the mental and trying to continually look for that winning line.
And the same way we saw the Get Excited being top decked at the very start of this tournament, and that being the only out and having to Mystic Shot your own unit to get there, sometimes you have to take these risks and say, there's a 5% chance this happens, but I have to play to those chances regardless, and that might have been the case here. Maybe you play off in the chair thinking, if I get a Judgment, maybe I'm back in the game, but that's the only out I have. And then you get Judgment, and that ends up happening. So you have to at least be aware of what the possible outs are, despite them being unlikely. And Taco seems to have mastered that skill at the very least. But that will be it for this round. We're moving into the losers final after this upcoming break, and it will be Ultraman trying to jump back into the grand finals, trying to get his revenge on Jokund, and it will be, of course, just Taco trying to continue his run here, and maybe we see a grand finals between 2 debut players in Fight Night. That would be something pretty special, I think, for sure. So we'll find out what the result of this next match will be after this break. Stay tuned and don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone, to Fight Night Legends. We are back for the losers final. Ultraman, possibly the most veteran, definitely the most winningest player in Fight Night history, against Taco, who maybe has played before. My memory might be failing me, but let's go with the idea that he hasn't, because that makes the storyline that much more interesting, I think. Monte, you agree with me?
I do.
A matchup of two players that, Ultraman, very comfortable on the big stage, someone that's proven it so many times before. Taco, maybe it's surprising to some players to see him going this far, but as you mentioned so many times in this tournament, this effect of being a new player in Fight Night, having a lot to prove, I think sometimes gives that extra bit of effort, extra bit of hunger to these players, and they seem to always show up. We have Jokun in the grand finals waiting very patiently, and we have Taco trying to defeat Ultraman, trying to get not just the passing on to grand finals, but also winning against Ultraman in the process. We talked about it. When you beat these players you've been seeing on streams, on tournaments for the past year and a half as a competitive player, it feels extra good.
Yeah, it feels so great. One of the first tournaments I ever played in, I actually played against Fresh Lobster, and I happened to win the set, and I got up. I was like, yes, I threw my headset off. I ran around the room. It feels incredible. Like, when you're watching streams, when you're watching tournaments, when you're looking up to these players, you're trying to learn from them, you think to yourself, okay, I've learned 90% of what I know about this game from this person, and then you go and you actually win a set against them. There is nothing like that in the world.
And for many competitive players, I think it kind of establishes that, they do belong at this level. They do belong playing among the best. They are maybe not the best yet because they don't have the consistency or kind of the long-term experience of showing up and having those results, speak for themselves. But they're in the process of making it there, and that might be the idea now for Taco as well. So we're going to check out this Jason Lux deck that we saw a little bit of in this last series. We didn't get to see the deck list itself very closely just yet. This is a deck that you talked about being a staple in the Mastering Runeterra Americas tournament. So I'm going to let you kind of take us through why this deck exists and what it's trying to do in this current meta.
Yeah, so this deck is, it's just a bigger Demacia deck, and if you guys have been around the game for a while, if you've been familiar with the game for a while, you know that Demacia kind of has several sizes. You have small Demacia, which is stuff like this Vandal Swarm and Scouts, and then you have bigger Demacia decks, which is stuff like Sivir Akshan, Jace Lux, and Pantheon Yuumi. And based on how you build them, they can kind of fall somewhere in between there as well, but usually we go big Demacia, small Demacia. Jace Lux exists because it is big Demacia with PNZ removal, meaning that not only is it naturally good into the smaller Demacia decks, it has the PNZ removal, which then helps those matches out even further. Additionally, we talked a little bit earlier about how Jace is just great as a 4-mana 4/4 challenger unit right now. It really matters a lot when you're able to pick off that Gleaming Lantern, when you're able to pick off that Grandfather Fae, when you're able to take out that Tristana and stop her from generating that impact and building up. And finally, Jace is also and Lux together both synergize very, very significantly with these 6-cost spells. When you double cast a 6-cost spell with both champions on the board from Jace's level 2 ability, Lux generates a second laser as well, meaning that you can suddenly have a surprising amount of burn damage in a deck that really shouldn't. Demacia should not have access to these lasers, but I've seen Dave Bow, the NA player who kind of built this list and popularized it on our server. I've seen him take somebody out from 12 HP with just a Jason and a Lux on the field. And it's kind of a sight. It's really incredible. It's quite the sight to see.
It's kind of these combos that on paper you don't necessarily see exactly what the effects will be, but once you see it in action and once you see it especially happening the first time, like, oh wait, this is pretty crazy, where I can have this game that normally when you're seeing this situation with a Jason and Lex on the board and 12 HP, you think, okay, there's no chance the game ends on this turn, but then you see it happening, like, oh wait, this is how it works, or this is how it plays out, and then you end up getting maybe more respect for the deck, or it vouches for the deck a little bit more. So that might be what we might be seeing today as well for any viewers that haven't seen this deck in action yet, at least in the EMEA region or in Fight Nights. Then you might be convinced that it's definitely a deck to consider in your lineup or on ladder even if you end up liking this playstyle. But we saw some of it already last game. Obviously, Financier opened up some interesting possibilities with Judgment, but overall, you could see how this deck works, how it's able to have a lot of cheap removal like Mystic Shot and Beam and Still in Combat to, at fast speed, once your Arms is committed, you're able to kill off a few units in the process as well. So I think it has a lot going for it in this meta.
Definitely does. Of course, that one rally also just an additional option. And then we have this Tristana Gnar Teemo deck, which has been so common. And we talked a little bit about this just before the start of the last set, but this is a pretty standard list. I don't think there's anything different than the original list we first saw when this deck was created. Do you have any more comments on this one, Panda?
There's no Grumble Slug, so it's not the supposedly more interesting version. Yeah. Which I hadn't noticed until now, so I think this is definitely the version that we've seen more of, the more standard version. Grumble Slug might be a more specific deck from some players, and not the most, like, I think, general deck we tend to see in the MEA. I think it's pretty similar probably in both regions, in Americas and over here as well.
Yeah, I did talk a little bit earlier about how we've started slotting those the Broadwing protectors, Petricite Broadwings. I mixed 2 cards up. I am losing my mind. Holy.
Broadwing Protector. So the same card it is, but it gives barrier to another unit. Great, Monte. You cursed it. Don't give the devs any ideas, okay? Please. I've been asking for a President Protector nerf for like 2 years now, okay? And I seem to be the only one, but this is...
I wouldn't be against that. That card is a little frustrating.
Not flashy, but I mean, it's been doing its thing for a little bit too long, in my opinion. But 2-drops in general have been pretty much on the rise in the current meta as well. But let's check out now the picks and bans. Pantheon gonna get knocked out. We talked about this. It's the deck that has maybe the cheesier lines of just having these crazy turns with Overwhelm and Cataclysm, and just kind of shutting you out of the game and making it a non-game. So I'm not surprised to see this being the ban.
And actually, FTR was taken out from the other side there. Maybe a little bit surprised to see this one. We kind of theorized that this Caitlyn Ezreal deck would go because it does have such a good matchup into the Swarm style gameplay, but just the Taco decided to take out the FTR instead.
Right away, you have 1 Tribeam in hand. Gonna keep the Station Archivist, it seems like, here for Ultraman. It is a 3-drop, of course, but it is a 3-drop that you can't necessarily always play on curve. It is maybe a bit risky depending on how the situation on the board looks like in terms of having whiffs on the spells you might have in the top 5. Oh, this hurts so much. Not having a beam, not having an answer to Teemo on turn 1 is already a big swing.
Yeah, turn 1 Teemo, super powerful. Also has the benefit of putting that Yordles in Arms and Buster Shot counter at 2 out of 4 on the very first turn, meaning that it's at 3 out of 4 and is probably going to be active in time for just Taco's next swing.
Is that ever really a problem, though, for these decks?
Sometimes, actually. I actually, when I was first picking up this deck, I had a lot of trouble just sitting at 3 out of 4. I could never get it to accomplish. And one thing I figured out later was that if you play a Demacian spell, that counts. But it kind of took me a little bit to actually read the card and say, oh, turns out spells matter. And that's a blowout Ranger's Resolve.
We've talked about it. Sometimes Ranger Resolve comes in, saves 1 unit. Okay, it is what it is. But in this case, completely negating the damage aspect of Static Shock. You get the card draw, but that's really it. And Teemo attacks your Nexus for a second time now, planting mushrooms and getting that much closer to leveling up as well.
Yeah, Teemo level up is something that's very possible in these decks, actually. Because of the rally effect, you can often get back-to-back attacks. And if you got a Teemo on turn 1, like just the Taco did here, that's usually uncontested, meaning that it does happen a lot more often than you'd think. Grandfather
Fae coming out. The start of what could be a snowball board is happening here, and the next turn, as you mentioned, could be a turn for Yordle, but this usage of spell mana here maybe says that it's not gonna be, but still I think it's worth killing the Ezreal there for sure.
Yeah, the sooner that Ezreal gets off the board, the better it is for just a Taco. No Mystic Shots being generated means that your units are going to be able to survive all that much longer, and Scorched Earth comes out here just to take out that Grandfather Fae. Even though it was only a 2/2, the threat of it giving every other Fae unit +1 attack is just too much for Ultraman. Says, I want it off the field right now.
We'll see what the commitment is here. You can play out Mystic Shots to kill off possibly the Teemo here, possibly a telescope as well. You're still at 15 HP, so not too weak just yet. But I do think you want to play out the Hospital, just for the clean trades into the Telescope and the Mayor, possibly.
Might have been the best top deck you could have hoped for there as Ultraman. No other unit in your deck is going to let you develop at 2 units at once like that, and it's really what you need to be able to keep yourself in this game here.
Opting to kill off the Mushroom instead of the other Mushroom, Teemo. the 2 Mushrooms, the Mushroom Ring or the Mushroom Man. Which one do you want to kill? It is a Mushroom Ring instead. It does have the extra attack there, but now allowing Teemo to level up isn't too much of a problem considering you do still have double Mystic Shot.
Letting Teemo level up is okay. Letting leveled Teemo attack is not. 15 shrooms, yeah, it can get a little bit scary, especially once you start getting around this 10 HP mark and your deck gets thinner and thinner. But it's not guaranteed to kill you. 30 shrooms, on the other hand, well, now you're on a clock.
As we talk about with Station Archivist, you can't always play it on curve. You can't always play it when you have small mana. Static Shock here, useless, can't be played out here for the 4 mana that it costs.
Unfortunate when that does happen. And Tenor of Terror picked up here. It's a good pickup.
Even if it's just to go wide at this point.
Yeah. Even if yeah, you're right. Even if we didn't have the Yordles and Arms, just being able to go too wide is super impactful against a deck that is currently kind of out of units. We do have Tri-Beam to be able to refill potentially.
I think this might have to be the turn for it.
Can you greed out this Station Archivist first?
No, I don't think so. Because I think you need to kill the Teemo as well with a Mystic Shot, right?
I think so too. I think if you greed the Station Archivist, you're probably just losing.
And it does benefit more to try and maybe challenge the Tenor because of the 3 HP. You're stopping the impact as well and then killing off the Teemo with the Mystic Shot. But it looks like it's going to be Station Archivist coming out. Another Static Shock that can't really be used effectively here. Your Arms is being committed here, and at this point, you are in big trouble if you are Ultraman. You can use 2 Mystics here and kill off Teemo. And kill off one of the Bass of Burden.
I think you can also let it through and then use your Tri-Beam on the Teemo, if I'm not mistaken. Which is probably the worst option. I think burning the Mystics here is where you want to be, but is a consideration to be sure. And production has been kind enough to inform us that this is actually the run back between these two players. Ultraman did take down Just a Taco in round 1 to move on to that winner's semi, but then unfortunately we saw him lose in the winner's finals to Joe Cunt.
You're going to survive here if you're Ultraman, but obviously all these trades are not going to be going in your favor. You're going to be taking 5 regardless, and the hand for Taco might look kind of empty, but every single one of these cards in hand is going to just generate more and more cards, so it's far from over from the Battle City side of things from Taco. And Ultraman hasn't really found a window where he's able to, usually when you play out the Thermal Beam, you're able to kind of get the swing and tempo back in your favor, and you kind of take control of the game, but against Battle City, in this case, not so sure that's going to be the case.
Yeah, hard to take back the tempo swing with only 1 unit when your opponent is 6 wide, always. And because of that, Ultraman definitely finding himself struggling here. Those Teemo Shrooms adding up, but the Kaden Traps also coming in pretty clutch there. Now the question is, do we use this Static Shock? Do we pass? Do we Thermal Beam or Tri-Beam? And it's going to be a pass to start the turn. Now the Static Shock has some good targets. We'll probably see that fired right off.
Poro Sled is very scary though. Going now down under 5 mana can play out. I think you keep this. It's kind of scary to pass here, but if there's no other development, oh Ultraman, no, don't do it.
Oh no.
Oh no.
No.
Oh no.
That's not what you need to see.
Oh no, you can block the Poro Sled, you can take down both telescopes with the statics. The Mushroom does not help either.
And there's a Gnar too.
And neither does the Gnar. The open attack happens in the end. Regardless, you're forced to block the Poro Sled here. Static Shocks on both telescopes. You take 1 more damage from the Fearsome Poro. But there's even just 2, there's lethal with Pokesticks. It's over.
Yeah, there is unfortunately nothing Ultraman could have done these past couple turns to change the outcome of this game, except maybe holding back that Tri-Beam. But that, I don't know that any sane person would do that.
Surrender comes through. Ultraman loses game 1 of this series now on match point. His tournament might be over. He ends up losing this next match to Taco. And Taco, of course, is trying to punch his ticket to the grand finals. Jokan, our player from Turkey, our debut player in Fight Night as well, is waiting in that grand final. So we could still see this epic storyline of 2 players that have never played a Fight Night before. 2 players that are relatively unknown in the competitive scene compared to the bigger names like Ultraman, like Sorry, for example. Come into this tournament, they see the rest of the field that they're facing up against, a field that is stacked with very good players, and are able to make their way into the grand finals of the tournament, possibly, as long as Taco wins his next game, or game 3.
Would be quite the story if that were to happen, and it would be such an amazing experience for my first Fight Night cast. I don't think something like that has ever happened on Fight Night before, and
they've done very well, but I think it's never been the case where both debut players have been in grand finals. It's been the case where they've been top 3. I know there was a few tournaments in a row where new players came in and did a really good job, but I don't think ever it's been just 2 complete new players in the grand finals the first tournament they play. That is pretty unlikely statistically, I think. Not something you see every day.
Well, we'll see if Just a Taco can help us make that unlikely statistic become a reality by taking down Ultraman in this game 2. We are going to see is this game 3 or game 2?
Game 2. We just saw Taco win game 1.
Yeah,
Ultraman has to find a way to come back into this one.
We saw Taco take down the last match with this Jace Lux deck, and it's starting to blur together for me, which is not a good sign. I'm too young to be losing my mind like this, Panda.
Welcome to Casting Fight Night, where I just from week to week I forgot who won last week sometimes. Not because I want to disrespect the players that win or anything, but just so many tournaments in a row, and it ends up all mixing together for better or for worse. Especially in metas like this one, where it's Yordle arms all over the place.
And Shock Blast just going to come out on turn 3 to deal with the Caitlyn very effectively. No flash bombs going into the deck. This is a good start for Taco here.
We do have the scores now correct. Taco did end up winning that game 1. Small, minor visual bug there with the scores.
These not the cards you want to be seeing.
It's 3 times now that we've seen, pretty much every time we've seen in the series Station Archivist played, it has been the case where you were not able to make use of the card that she generated.
And I'm wondering if it's a deck building problem from the side of Ultraman. And it's not, because he does have that requisite 20 spells in there. It just so happens that he's particularly unlucky today.
And sometimes you don't take the risk of playing her out early if you think you're not going to find the right card that you can play out. But when you have double tri-beam in hand, it's worth whiffing on the generated card as long as you're pumping up the tri-beams.
Yeah, definitely pumping. We talked about it in the first game we saw of Caitlyn Azrael of the day. We saw Ultraman drop that Station Archivist just to find a 3-mana Thermo Beam, which was then used to pump up the double tri-beam in hand.
Vanguard Shards are not coming down. Even more important to get these units damaged, to get them into flock range, especially the Lux here, and to make sure that as long as you control the board, you control the units that are on the board, all these different spells, back to back, Concerted Strike, for Demacia, can't really do anything. And that is going to be the key playing against Demacia decks when you're playing a deck like Ezreal Draven, or rather, Ezreal Caitlyn, that has such a good and effective way to answer pretty much any unit.
And Ezreal coming down, buffing up the tri-beams one more time. Shock Blast number 2 being fired off here. And we're responding with a Flock to take out this Lux and try and prevent the level up. And actually just going to let it through.
Could have been a sharp side, but in the end, opting to let the Lux die there. Yeah, maybe thinking that because she's damaged already, it might be too risky. There might be a Scorched Earth, there might be another Flock.
Yeah, it could definitely be a little bit too risky to try and protect her there, but the payoff is so huge. One laser is maybe not worth enough to throw away a sharp sight. So here we're presented with a set of choices, and of course Shock Blast just makes the most sense out of those 3. There was a consideration for Progress Date, but with 4 points of card draw in our hand already, I think we're okay on that front.
Especially with the second Lux in hand, I think it's even more reason to let that last one die. The stun comes in, just making sure that the barrier is not of any value this turn for the Lux in this case.
And Assembly Worker's going to come out, protect the board, and grant Taco one of those lasers.
And a level up on the Lux as well, giving her those extra stats on the most recent buff, giving the +1/+1, and the lower cost as well, making her once again somewhat relevant in the current meta as we're seeing now. 16 HP for both players. Both players have a lot of tools in hand, but kind of a stalemate situation. Neither player has a clear way to really swing the game in their favor.
Now back-to-back an option to protect this Lux. I don't think Sharpsight will do it, but can also opt to just go for some other spells over top to generate some more lasers. Is just going to go for the Sharpsight first. Maybe saves the back-to-back as backup.
Much better than Arrow the Tractor, that's for sure.
Yep. And Concerted Strike going to come out immediately.
There is a chance to Mystic Shot. Okay, that works as well. Just gonna focus on killing the Lux instead. And now the hands are thinning down considerably. We had these
second Lux dealt with as well,
yeah.
So the number of threats coming out from just a taco from this point onwards are just going to be drastically reduced. And of course, we see that Ultraman does have access to that second tri-beam for another big tempo swing. Are we going to see another Judgment blowout?
Both players have Financier, so there's a chance for it. And both players
anomaly
do play them out as well. It's going to be the Progress Day for Ultraman, so just even more late game value.
And here's a for Demacia. Flock, Mystic Shot, gonna deal with this pretty efficiently.
And just 2 chump blocks pretty easily with the Financier and the Spider. So no real problem here. You're going to be happy to stall out here if you're Ultraman, knowing that if there's that commitment there, you already kind of can get a lot of information about the units in hand, about what kind of game plan Taco has for this turn and the next few ones if he's committing the for Demacia there with that current board.
Ezreal picked up again. That's a good sign for Ultraman. Ezreal's got to be pretty close to leveling at this point. Already leveled, it looks like.
You do have to be worried about, I guess, Concerted Strike once again could be the answer to kill off this Ezreal.
Either way, Ezreal's going to have to come down before he can start getting us any value. And if that Concerted Strike trade is going to happen, it's pretty much always going to happen. So I like that Ultraman decided to just send it, put the Ezreal down, and see what he can get.
Another Financier coming down. These cards are trying to find the answer for this clogged up mid to late game where both players are just playing for value, playing for the the long term, trying to see who's going to have the better value in terms of things like Battle Fury. These surprise cards that you don't necessarily expect to see picked or to see in action can definitely end up blowing out your opponent if they don't expect it.
I think that was actually another Hextech anomaly that was picked up there.
Could be. Yeah. And there it is, both cards. I have to keep track of 2 cards that are flipping every turn. Not going to be a fun thing for us, but Remembrance and Back-to-Back are the options for this turn. And there's Jace now also coming into play. Leveled up at this point. Farron for Ultraman though, so now all of a sudden the game is starting to pick up momentum once again.
Yeah, this game has kind of blown open really quickly, really quickly. That's the end of that statement. Back-to-back is available here. Concerted Strike available. Lots of options to try and minimize the damage here. Unfortunately, with no Lux, these big spells are not going to be able to be converted into removal or face damage, but Jay's still going to do a good job of letting you get a good bit of value here.
This is an odd situation for Ultraman. You want to kill his Jace this turn, but then you have to kind of end up using up the Thermal Beam this turn and letting this Mystic Shot burn. But yeah, just going to kill the Financier for now, keeping the board as thin as possible. I guess not too scared of the Jace just yet.
I think you can give yourself a turn or two with this Jace on the board. It's not the most threatening card, but suddenly with we just found that's a glorious evolution, and it's gonna come down. It's gonna discount the. Is this actually even what we want to do though, Panda? It's gonna discount your entire deck by 2, meaning that your 6-cost spells are no longer valid.
He's rethinking. He's like, wait a minute, this is not how it's gonna work.
Yeah. There's some value to giving everything tech and augment, but if it completely invalidates your champion's win conditions, it might not be worth it. That's a scout elusive Jace.
All right, time to put forward the thermo beam. There is going to be a back-to-back that is still available here with 7 mana up for Taco, trying to give the extra stats to Jace to keep him alive.
And it is just enough to kill the Jace once again.
The extra value from the Ezreal pings onto the Nexus as well. A quick attack here on these units is great, but again, you're just chump blocking here. You don't really mind.
And of course, with the double decimate in hand, this is going to be lethal for Ultraman.
Decimate 1 can even be put forward on this turn. The surrender comes in from Taco. Ultraman able to tie up the series 1-1, and we're going to go once again into Game 3. It seems like all day today, there have been very little clean sweeps. It's been mostly Game 3s. Fast series overall, yes, but still taking it to the very edge in every single one of these series.
Yeah, the players really came out for my first Fight Night cast. They were like, all right, Monty, we're going to give you as many games as possible, but we're not going to drag our feet with them. We're going to be nice, quick gamers. And you know what? It's been an absolute pleasure to watch them duke it out today over the course of the past couple series.
I think the same way that there's a player buff for a debut on Fight Night, there might also be a caster buff. This is also your first Fight Night cast, so maybe that is the reason why we've had generally fast and interesting series, very close ones as well. Maybe a bit more Demacia and Yordle Arms than I would like, but you can't have it all. You can't complain too much about the tournament we're having today.
I would agree. There's a bit too much Demacia and Yordles and Arms for my liking as well. But that is the metagame we live in. We're stuck with it for the time being, Panda. We are getting that balance patch coming up probably at the end of the month.
Ooh, Ultraman gonna find the triple robe maker hand.
Ooh.
Has a catalyzer. Doesn't really have ways to generate darknesses. That's one of the maybe the biggest downsides of his current hand right now. And the hapless is not really so great in this matchup. I think you don't really have this idea of having that much pressure in the early to mid game.
Yeah, it might be okay just to have as a chump blocker, but drawing both of them is really not what you want to see. Would much rather have a Senna, a Vhagar, pretty much any other card in your deck.
And Jay's coming out right away. No, not able to get the darkness, damage buff off the catalyzer, but you get a second one, so maybe that's your chance to do it. Pharaoh's Financier coming down on Taco's side once again. Really one of the stars of the show in the last game that we saw on both sides with both Ezreal, Caitlyn, and this Jace Lux deck.
Yeah, that card is probably the most impactful one that actually came out of the Jace package. It really did just open up so many different avenues. Of course, with the Trundle Timelines deck that was kind of popular at the start of the season, that couldn't exist without Pharaoh's Financier. And of course, this Jace deck that we're seeing in front of us right now also could not exist without Financier.
And there's now the Catalyzer coming down. Double Roadmaker have been played already, so Darkness is very discounted, but now you have to find a way to generate Darknesses effectively on each one of these turns, and you don't have the Senna yet, you don't really have a way to pump these out continuously and get the value from them.
And these passes are, to anybody who's watching, these passes might just seem a little bit weird. Maybe you're not too familiar with Legends of Runeterra at this level, but these players are just not giving each other an opportunity to do anything with their mana. They're one player saying, I have card X, in this case, Vengeance, Ruination, whatever. He's saying, develop your board further and I'm going to punish you. And the other player is saying, okay, I'm just going to take your pass and have my action back. Thank you very much. And it's this very high level back and forth that's super interesting to see. And I can't believe how quickly they're coming to these decisions of making these passes.
But you can hear that most of the times when you are making the pass of saying, posturing with, hey, I have this card, usually you don't have the card even, but it's enough to just bluff it, and the player has to respect that at this level. All the different play patterns, every single action that's taken despite what the actual result is on the board or on, the Nexus total, it's also the information game of, you doing certain things in a certain order can also project you having certain cards or not having certain cards. You can play around with that as well at the highest level. At a kind of average level, it's hard to really predict what outcomes the information game will give you or play against you.
Yeah, definitely. I've more than once convinced myself my opponent had a card that just wasn't even in their deck at the end of the day when playing on ladder, because you make a bad read and that's kind of it for you. But here, Just a Taco finds the 4 Demacia and the Vanguard Sergeant just in time.
And this is where you would want to have a Ruination, but it's not going to be there. Still, you're going to trade away your entire board. It is what it is. You have at least one Spider surviving this onslaught from the Hapless Aristocrat.
Yeah, You really can't do anything else here. I don't think you want to be taking this damage, and saving the unit doesn't matter too much.
It's fine taking 6 to have a buffer for the heals for Extali on the next turn, possibly. Just generally for any kind of drain effects. It's not the worst case. It's not actually 6 damage, probably. It's more like 3 or 4.
Yeah, I don't... Yeah, and also just keeping a Road Maker on the board just as a decent unit that can then attack in onto the next turn is a good way to start your action. So I don't hate this at all. I think this is a perfectly acceptable play. Ultraman, of course, as we've said many times over the course of this stream, is one of the most winningest Fight Night players. So clearly knows what he's doing, clearly has a plan when he does something like take 6 damage there.
And the darkness, even just with the Extali, slowly chipping away at the Nexus health for Taco. So not really winning this in the way that you expect these players to normally do it. And there we were talking about it, all of a sudden that 6 damage taken is now pretty much just 2 due to the healing from the Extali. That would have been an overheal otherwise.
And Pokestick comes out onto the 3-2, just going to set it up for this whale. Another Vanguard Sergeant. This is what you want to be seeing if you're just a Taco. And another Pokestick generated off the Conchologist here.
Could be risky to end up killing this unit here because it just gives a chance for Taco to replenish the board here with another unit. But as we're seeing here, no units in hand, only spells. Making use of the sharp sights in any way you can, because when you have 3 sharp sights, sometimes you have to find just saving this forward worker is enough.
And that's the 3rd Extali, but unfortunately Ultraman can't really play it this turn as he doesn't have the mana for the darkness and wants to be able to use that to push extra face damage.
Has to hope for a board clear, doesn't find it. A second for Demacia is lined up here on this attack token turn once again for Taco.
And of course has back-to-back available here as well. I don't think it's going to be quite enough damage, but is looking very close to lethal from this position.
Could have maybe hoped for a Pokestick, just to play it on response there to try and find a Runation, but doesn't have it in the end here. We're going to see now what this attack looks like. Again, having to trade off your entire board for the most part for Ultraman, but still staying relatively healthy. Taco, without Lux, is playing a deck that has to win on the board here with these units with Demacia.
Yeah, Ultraman only playing 1 copy of the Runation in this deck list, so that's perhaps why he wasn't taking for it on the stack. Also, this board, as you said, is pretty even at this point, and you don't care too much about taking these chump blocks so long as your HP is high and you're threatened to push damage with the darkness, as Ultraman currently is.
There's the Broadwing being taken down, damage on the Nexus as well. 4 HP now. Conchologist can potentially get you a spell that can also deal damage to the Nexus here. Vile Feast is not that.
Yeah, Lightning Rush, a good option to find here, but not one that showed up. Maybe just take the Cloud Stance and reroll this. Maybe we have to take the Haunted Relic just to have blockers. Ultraman decides on the Haunted Relic.
It's not terrible in terms of, you know, responding to another for Demacia, on a board buff on 2 turns from now. And Vagar does finally come into hand now.
Yep. And just Taco found the Thermal Beam. Also had Sharp Sight single combat, but Thermo probably going to be a bit more efficient of a way of dealing with that. Instead, actually does want to go for the single, with the Sharp Sight single.
And then we have the perfect Vengeance here. So a great answer to stop this from happening, keeping the Vagar alive. There is still going to be a Thermal Beam possibility, of course, for essentially 9 mana.
And you have to go for it. There is no miscall in the deck from the side of Ultraman. Yeah, you haven't seen the Conchologist card just yet, but you don't really have another option for keeping yourself in this game and pushing damage next turn.
You're going to have 6 damage connecting back to back and push that to 12. So not quite lethal, but almost. You have another assembly line coming in. You have the chance for Rekindler into Vagar just to have 2 more blockers, but I think this is the better option first.
Yeah, this is really, really good from the side of Ultraman. This develops 3 units at once. Then the Rekindler's going to come down, giving him Vagar. Nothing just the Taco can do to contest that, meaning that the Darkness can go face, and Ultraman's going to close out the set.
The Shen Emo comes through, the Surrender comes through, and Ultraman does it yet again, finds himself in the grand finals of Fight Night Legends, has the chance to make this 5 tournament wins since he first won a year and a half ago, potentially, here at Fight Night Legends. So crazy comeback from him. Was 0-1 down, was in a tough spot in game 2, but still managed to find a way to come back into it, playing Darkness and playing Ezreal Caitlyn decks that, you know, especially the Ezreal deck, I'm always happy to see in action. And again, proves that this deck maybe finds a resurgence in the meta, finding itself in the grand finals yet again.
Yeah, and of course, very well played by Just a Taco to get himself all the way to these losers. That was the losers finals, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so yeah, good stuff from him. Unfortunately, wasn't able to get it there to get that 2x newcomer grand finals that we were kind of hyping up, but still, well, excellent showing. Got to be happy with yourself making it all the way to the losers finals, and yeah.
And still made true the the idea that players come in here as the debut Fight Night experience for some of these players, and they're able to maybe not win the tournament, maybe not make grand final, but still making it top 4 with a lineup that's always as stacked as it is today with all these big names. I think it's definitely something to be proud of and to be happy of, and something to build toward, build on rather for next week, for future Fight Nights. If you get reinvited, you find a way to get back in, you're able to continue this, get your legacy rolling, let's say, and start making it so that players know who you are, players recognize you, and players, expect you to do well in tournaments in the future as well. But still, very, very impressive showing from Just Taco, from Joken as well, who has been waiting in the grand finals, and now Ultraman will have to find the rematch against them and try and go for the bracket reset as well. So that's definitely going to be something to look forward to. In a little bit, we have a bit of a 3-minute break coming up, so one of the short ones, and we'll be back with the grand finals of today's tournament. Stay tuned. Welcome back, everyone, to Fight Night Legends EMEA. Sorry, I'm messing up my hosting duties already. We are back for the grand finals. We are back for the rerun between Ultraman and Jokan. New versus the old. Turkey versus Belgium. Not a matchup you see every day, but still two big countries, obviously, in the EMEA region. Turkey, a winner of the Masters Europe tournament, a surprise winner, it's a country that people didn't expect to have among the big powerhouse nations, but with Gran Dio and that, fantastic team they had in the second edition of Masters Europe, they were able to put Turkey on the map. And we've had many great Turkish players on ladder, all throughout Runeterra's history. So not too surprising to see yet another player adding on to the density of Turkey's power as a country in the EMEA region. For Belgium, it's more of a maybe one player thing. Maybe not as much as Lebanon, but still Ultraman is the player that is always pulling the weight and making sure their country is represented and seen as a very strong country to face off against as well.
Yeah, definitely one of the strongest players in the tournament. Of course, as you've mentioned, as we've talked about, he is the most winningest fight night player that we've ever seen, at least here in EMEA. I think America's Shard has Floppy also at 4 wins, but I'm not 100% on that one. But yeah.
Ultraman's trying to break away. He's trying to make it 5 and make sure he is the winningest, not just in his region, but in any region in Fight Night. And already has an invitation for next week, so that can also be another chance to make it 5, or maybe to make it 6 if he wins it today here, if he's able to get the bracket reset. That being said, Jokan is going to have the extra life. This is the idea that you have to talk to the viewers that maybe aren't fully aware of how this will work. Because Jokan has not lost yet a series, he's been in the winner's side of the bracket the entire tournament, he has an extra life to play with. So if he loses his first series, that's completely fine for him. It's going to be a bracket reset, and then you're going to play it back and play one final series. If Ultraman loses his first series, tournament's over. Jokan wins, and that is all there is to it.
Yeah, and we can see the path that the players took on their way to this grand finals. Of course, they did meet up once before in the winner's bracket finals, and we saw Jokan take that down 2-1. Ultraman's decks, maybe not the best on paper matchup into Jokan's lineup. And then, of course, after falling down to the loser's bracket, Ultraman took down Just a Taco in another exciting 2-1 set that we just watched to make his way back up here to the grand finals.
And Ultraman has had one rematch already that he won against Just a Taco in the loser's final. Maybe he's in a rematch kind of mood. Maybe the rematch, fuels his fire, gives him that extra motivation to come in and do what he can to win the series. Or maybe he faces scouts and has no play till turn 4 and just loses the game like we saw in the winners final. So we'll find out. I think, as you mentioned, the lineups themselves are maybe a bit tricky for Ultraman, especially if he ends up whiffing like he'd had in the past with Darkness against scouts. There's a lot of pressure coming in from the entire lineup from Jokan. Has a full Demacia lineup, has a lot of rally effects, has a lot of on the board power, and if you're not able to answer effectively, you're going to get snowballed and blown out pretty quickly.
And do you think the ban changes from Ultraman at all going into this set? We saw how Scouts was able to run over the Darkness last time because he did take out the Akshan Sivir instead. Maybe he changes it up?
Generally, I think it would be not a mistake, but it's almost always a mistake to say, you have this matchup or this series, you lost it, and because you lost it, let's change up what we banned. Because when you're making the ban, it's not just some Hail Mary. It's usually you're basing yourself off stats, you're basing yourself off and one series of a sample size isn't going to change in theory what the correct answer for the ban is. So I think not. In some cases, maybe you acknowledge something in the series that maybe changes your mind, but it usually happens with lineups that are maybe not the standard lineups, that lineups that you don't have completely figured out theoretically on paper what the matchups look like maybe. For a lineup like this one where all the decks are all pretty big staples of the meta, I think there isn't any surprising thing that you find out in the middle of the series and then say, oh, maybe I should ban this, or I think it should be the same for this series as well.
Yeah, makes sense to me. And I honestly expect the same bans to come out from both sides here. The Caitlyn Ezreal will be taken away from Ultraman, and Akshan Sivir will be taken away from the side of Jokan.
We will see if that's the case. We're going to see the pick and bans coming up very soon. Ultraman is taking a bit of a break. I think maybe a bathroom break, maybe a mental reset. This is, of course, a long term. This is the conclusion of it, but it is mentally taxing, of course, especially for Ultraman that hasn't had a break. Jokan has, had the extra benefit of having the extra life, but also the benefit of having some time to chill, to see on stream their opponents playing as well, seeing the play patterns they're taking, if they're making any odd decisions that you have to keep in mind for your next series coming up as well. So there are a few benefits for being in the winner's side of things going into the grand finals.
definitely a lot easier on the mental coming from the winner's side. You don't have to be playing 3 other sets while your opponent relaxes. And those 3 sets can be the difference between mental fatigue and playing at your best. So we'll see if Ultraman, being the skilled tournament player that he is, I'm sure that he'll be perfectly fine. But we'll see if there is any mental fatigue that's built up and that if it has any effect on him in this grand finals.
I think Ultraman is like recasting. I mean, at a certain point where you've done so many tournaments, it's completely second nature. There's no, I haven't, felt nervous casting in a very long time because of this. And I think Ultraman as a player, I know him not just from Runeterra, but from many competitive games, and he's been around and playing at the highest, the elite level for a very long time. And I think this is completely second nature to him at this point. We're going to check out, if we have a chance to check out the lineup for Joken. We haven't seen in a while his decks because obviously he's been, again, not in play since the Winners Final, but Scouts is one of the decks he has brought. We mentioned before it's going to be a triple Demacia lineup. This Scouts version, we have seen, you mentioned before, Grizzled Ranger isn't necessarily a staple in Scouts. We're seeing 3 copies of it here, so definitely going all in on this idea. Do you agree with it, or do you think it's kind of...
I really like the Marai Warden, so it's a bit weird for me to see it out, but I do think that the Grizzled Ranger works a lot better with the kind of new game plan that Scouts has of go in with the 4 Demacia and just try and win through board advantage that way. I also think that Grizzled Ranger is no longer as bad with the Duran Sculptor because the 1 HP is, well, it's 2 HP now, and it's not dying to a ping, so if it's more likely to get through more frequently, and we're playing for this double attack for Demacia turn anyways, I think it makes a lot of sense to go back up to more copies of Grizzled Ranger. And
it kind of, the unit's a bit stickier to the point where if this unit dies, it's replaced, let's say, and you still have that unit for Demacia when it does come down. But going now to check out the bans, it looks like maybe we were wrong. Scouts ends up being the ban here. Maybe you figure out in that game, like, hey, I don't have a chance against this deck. Maybe Akshan Sivir might be more possible to control in the mid game, especially where Scouts is a bit faster, and Akshan Sivir is let through.
Yeah, I had a feeling he might switch it up there. His Darkness deck does have a fair amount of pings, as well as that wall up that's main decked, so Spell Shield's not as much of a problem for it as perhaps that swarm of the Scouts deck. But this opener is really not what you want to be seeing still.
I was about to say, Akshan not in the starting hand, but why do I even try? Because anytime I only played Akshan Sivir, Akshan finds his way into the hand, either on the turn 1 top deck or the turn 2 top deck. And we're seeing it here on curve. Doesn't have attack token, so going to slow down the pace of the attack a little bit for Joken, but still always a great idea or a great start to have Akshan down.
Yeah, there is nothing you'd rather see on that turn 2 as Joken. Getting that Warlord's Palace taking down, I think that's the Warlord's Horde, whichever one it is.
Warlord's
Horde. Ticking down and getting started towards that Akshan level 2 level up so much on turn 2 is just so important to this deck's success.
I think you're like me with the cards. That you obviously know what the cards are and what they do, but you don't care about the exact name so much when you're playing. I'm exactly the same. As a caster, that's sometimes a problem. I was playing Skarzik last week because he also confused them. For the first few months that Akshan was out, I was just saying, the Warlords, so. Not really saying exactly what it was.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure I know just about every card's name, and I could identify most of them with pictures, but when they're similar like that, it's pretty easy to get them mixed up. But to zero back in on this game a little bit, Joken has taken complete control of this board now with that Broadwing coming down, is going to be able to threaten quite a large push of damage here.
We're going to have Evolve available to stop some of that from the Treasure Seeker, and you have, of course, the threats of... Well, actually, no, Ruination was actually mulligan, so no Ruination in hand right now to try and clean out the board. Not too big of a board now anyway.
No, not too threatening at this point, and not a whole lot of refill left from the side of Joken. That Vile Feast and the trade that we saw last turn did a good job of condensing this board and making it a little bit more manageable.
And the hand is a bit awkward for Joken. I mean, all spells doesn't really have... It has to play out the Catechism here onto the Spider. There's a Vengeance here to answer, but that just gives you a chance to replay the auction that you have in hand there on the right side. But overall, very few units.
Yeah, and that might change. We might see some more units picked up off of this predict here, but looks like Jokund is only going to be working with this second Akshan for the rest of this game, and we'll see if he's able to use it well enough to find the victory.
You have 2 Tryndamers in hand, which isn't really ideal. You want to, usually not play Tryndamere from hand. You want to play it off of Feel the Rush.
Does have for freeze though, which is pretty damn good when your opponent doesn't have a Sivir around to give everything spell shield. I mean, makes any threat of an Absolver absolutely irrelevant.
There's going to be the box as well, but not really. Only the Protector as a target here. And yeah, still not much being pushed through. Now, all of a sudden, the box is much more interesting. You have the Avalanche as well, potentially. If you want to take down the 3-3 to a 3-1 stat line, trade it off. Actually, yeah, Spider would be traded off anyway. So I guess it would be maybe just set it up for Avalanche for the next few turns.
Yeah, I think this just makes the most sense. You're not feeling too threatened by the 3 attack off of the Akshan itself. And the box very effectively deals with the other 2 units that were developed this turn.
Still damage being chipped turn by turn. Akshan still on the board. Warlord's Palace down to 4 now. But again, the hand is just so spell heavy for Jokund.
Yeah. At least they're good spells, right? We have the Absolver, which is going to potentially let us win. We have, I guess the Concerted Strike's a little bit dead, but the Rally is pretty useful. He looks like he might be considering the Rally here. I would almost like to see this used next turn after an Absolver is committed to try and get more value out of it. But maybe that's too greedy.
To consider if you want to let this damage through here.
Might Sharp Sight block into a Concerted? That is almost certainly too greedy.
Especially with the Flash Freeze available in hand for Ultraman and 3 mana being up as well.
Yeah, it's a scary line to take there. So is taking 8, but it might just have to be what's done here. I don't know how else you're pushing damage if it's not through this. This will count the landmark down to 2, and it should roll over to 1 on the following turn, meaning that any buff spell committed will proc it. Unfortunately, the options for largest unit are not so great right now. I think Akshan is not actually the strongest unit. It's one of these 3/2s, the Vagabond.
Double Absolver committed here, and Flash Freeze can be played out to stop 7 damage from connecting. And all of a sudden, this is kind of the momentum swing that Ultraman was hoping for, where he's able to kind of stop the pressure coming out from Jokund. The big kind of, maybe not all in, because obviously you still have plays to be made, but semi all in with the Absolver there.
Set himself up nicely to have the Horde pop on this turn rollover. Is going to be able to just draw into their deck further and discount everything. Reservarium also picked up, letting Jokund draw further, but these are not really the cards you want to see.
Again, not enough units. You can't go wide enough here. You're not able to really push damage outside of the Absolver.
Yeah, I'm looking at this, and I'm looking at this, and I don't think there's any way Jokund can just find it on this turn anyways. I think we really did need to see that Rally save to combo alongside the Absolver and just get more value out of that overwhelm damage potentially.
This is just not generally the way an Akshan Sivir game tends to go. This is, definitely not the standard game plan from what I'm used to seeing from Akshan Sivir. So it goes to show that this is definitely, I think, not the plan for Jokund. Just, again, had a very spell-heavy hand, didn't have the right units of support. Akshan is great, yes, but he's not kind of this unit that you can all in on the same way that Sivir is, or maybe Bruiser even.
Yeah, Akshan in this deck is really very much a supporting piece. He helps you get to the combo pieces that you need to win the game, but he rarely wins you the game by himself. And Jokund is finding that to be extremely true here. He's had this Akshan since turn 2, but has gotten a both his landmarks procced off of it, but just can't find enough to actually win the game here.
Concerted Strike being committed onto the 1 HP Tryndamere goes to show how little low damage or ping effects this region combination has from Jokund.
Yeah, really just needs to do whatever he can to take this Tryndamere out. And that was a bit curious because we did actually see the Broadwing strike first there.
So no extra value from the auction. And the pass comes in. Attack token back in Ultraman's favor. Has the Tryndamere leveled up. There isn't really, I guess, another Concerted Strike would be the answer. But there is Atrocity in this case. There is Battle Fury as well.
Can also just block with the Broadwing to take less damage. Okay. I guess we're just trying to maximize the value coming out of the Horde this turn, saying you don't have Atro. But this may end up working out if Ultraman commits the Battle Fury.
Yeah, Sharp Sight, Concerted Strike would be enough, I think.
I believe so. Because 4 or 3, yeah. We're already 1 damage over. And we would be even exactly, I think. So the Sharp Sight pushes us over again. Yeah. And it looks like the Battle Fury was committed here, so no threat of Atrocity this turn, meaning that this Sharp Sight Concerted Strike has to be the line. Jokund is not left with any other option here.
And there it is, Tryndamere number 2, or level 2 rather, ends up dying here. The Vile Feast, not enough to stop the kill on the Tryndamere.
No, not quite enough. And this second landmark is getting closer towards its own completion, all the way down to 3 already.
And this is now, suddenly, things have changed completely. You can play out Trundle as a blocker, but other than that, you don't have any more freezes. You have to maybe Atrocity Trundle defensively on this next turn. Absolver's going to be up. And there are now 3 units on the board with a 10 HP Broadwing as well.
This Trundle is not even going to survive. It's not going to make it to the round over because the third auction was picked up.
True. Grappling Hook comes through, and all of a sudden, what seemed to be a game that was very much in favor for Ultraman is now completely in favor of Jokund. Has lethal presented on this open attack.
And actually, Ultraman has no freezes, has no heals. Well, has some heals, but not quite enough. If this open attack comes through, could also just see Jokund pre-commit the Absolver to the Akshan to get this landmark popped and then give it the Akshan spell shield. Looks like that will be what we see here, except it's not the Absolver, it's the Sharp Sight committed. And that's just going to be the game 1 of this set.
Valfe's not enough. It was so close for Ultraman. He seemed to have the game in his control. It kind of flipped from Jokund's favor into Ultraman's for most of the late game, and then all of a sudden back in Jokund's favor off of the response to the Battle Fury, the all-in to some degree from Ultraman. Like you said, locking him out of both. You have to pick between Battle Fury or Atrocity. Went for Battle Fury, and in the end got punished by, I think, a very good setup play from Jokund, identifying the health of the Broadwing Protector as the way he would be able to get into this game, either through the damage that it would do on a swing where he's able to push with the Absolver, or through being able to have Concerted Strike as a way to deal with a big overwhelm unit like Tryndamere. So I have to say, pretty well played. Despite it not being a typical game of Akshan Sivir, despite having to play a bit differently, Jokund found a way to get an out and to win the game.
And I think that goes back to the deck building phase of this tournament, Panda, because we did see that Jokund is playing some weird cards like the Idol of Durand in that list. And obviously we were both a little bit like, well, is it worth it? Is it not? Turns out when you can turn your Broadwings into these massive 8 HP units that then are going to attack for 8 attack as well, because of the Formidable keyword, it's probably worth it.
And Jokund now going into game 2. This is tournament point, match point, all the points possible. If Jokund wins this game, there's no bracket reset, and he would be the Fight Night Legends champion for this week. And he's doing it with Tristana. He's doing it with his Fae deck up against Feel the Rush from Ultraman.
Ultraman, of course, does have lots of removal options here, but spell shields are going to make things a little bit tricky.
Catalyst to start Obviously, great for ramping up, but very slow start overall.
I was gonna ask, do you ever just jam a rally here? just cuz.
Might be a bit early to start jamming rallies, but we do have 2 in hand, so at some point that will be the game plan for Jokin. That being said, there is going to be a box in hand for Ultraman. There is going to be an Avalanche as well, and Feel the Rush if we end up making it to that point.
Quick Quill was picked up off of that phase sprout, which makes this Hungry Owlcat just a little bit more threatening. 5-3, a little bit scarier than a 3-1.
A big hit coming in already, down to 11 HP, able to heal back up to 14 though with the Tavern Keeper. But it's not over yet. The unit spam is just getting started. Mayor comes down, finds the Bomber Twins as well. Still 5 mana up for Ultraman, so he has the option for the box and for the Avalanche as well. But we're going to go for the pass there.
And Avalanche on this round start. Just going to clear out some of these units, pop that pesky spell shield off of the Owlcat, and open it up to stuff like freezes.
Mayor going to be saved here, essentially playing the Sharp Sight for 1 mana with the discount on the Poro Sled. If it is played out this turn, which I expect it will be.
Yeah, it's got to be the reason why you save the Mayor. Your intent has to be to play out this Poro Sled. You might want to check the phase sprout first. You may find a different multi-region unit that piques your eye a little bit more, but Jokan is just going to stick to their original plan of dropping this Poro Sled.
And there will be another massive open attack next turn without... I guess there will be a few punishes, possibly, with the freezes. But again, freezes, that's all they do. They freeze, they stall, but they don't necessarily solve the problem of the units on the board. Especially with
Trundle.
Rally Effect.
Yeah, Rally Effect super strong into these SI control decks. Trundle going to be able to threaten a block onto this Owlcat here. Of course, Jokan does have the Sharp Sight available, and it's going to get punished by the freeze that we see.
Yeah, very well read by Ultraman. Could have expected this, I think, knowing that it's a little bit too juicy to not try and go for the kill on the Trundle there, considering how Trundle can become quite a headache after he does level up and has the Overwhelm, especially when Feel the Rush comes in alongside him.
Owlcat still not dead, though. And Tristana now comes down leveled, meaning that any multi-region unit that's picked up from this point onwards will be granting herself impact as well as getting impact itself.
And you have a chance now for 2 Aegis in hand. The Avalanche was played last turn, so you have a pretty good read. There might not be any more board clears, but of course that's not a guarantee. And Pillar allows you to really easily pass priority to your opponent and see if they kind of commit a little bit too far, and you can punish them for it.
And I think you do have to start off this turn with the Aegis just to protect your Tristana. If you don't, she's going to die to that Trundle, and you're going to feel really bad. And actually, looks like Jokan disagrees.
Do you have a Sharp Sight?
No way of knowing how big that Trundle's going to get, though, right?
That is true. That is true. At the very least, you are trading here, so I think that might be why there's a small silver lining.
Mm-hmm. That's true. That is also true. And I guess you're pretty happy to take this trade when your opponent's deck has freezes and there's no guarantee your Tristana is going to be able to get in. Guaranteeing just 1 impact damage and a buff off of her was enough for Jokan in this spot.
There's going to be the Blighted Ravine coming down. Healing back up to 15 will be 13, of course, after the damage is confirmed. But that is a chance to Aegis. Now you have a Sharp Sight to back up this Aegis play and stop the Vipers from killing off the Owlcat. And this is one of the punishes for these Blighted Ravines.
And is this going to end up being spelling the end for Ultraman here? We've talked about how the eye has spoiled my quick mass, but I think it's not quite enough.
No, I wouldn't say it is. Just briefly looking at the board, but I might be wrong. But it goes to show the ooh, so no Sharp Sight in the end. Not trying to save the unit, just going for the rally instead.
This is such a weird spot, too. Is actually going to look to play the Quick Quill, maybe? And then keep the Sharp Sight to push damage, perhaps?
Mm-hmm. And he also kind of knows that there's nothing else Ultraman can do if he's trying to feel the rush next turn. So the information game of knowing that they can't really commit more mana.
And he's just going to go ahead and guarantee that 1 impact damage and protect the Grandfather Fae from dying to this Spiderling. Slowly but surely pushing his way towards lethal. Jokund is doing whatever he can. However, Ultraman has the Field Rush available.
No attack token just yet, but we'll have it on the turn after this one, and you're not going to be able to push damage with Field Rush being played out if it is played out, but sometimes if your opponent goes wide enough, you might still be in trouble.
And this open attack going to come through, push 5, potentially. Considering a freeze, considering a Vile Feast. They do tap you out of the Field Rush this turn, but if you don't do it, you might die.
Yeah. Now we could see a punish here with the sharp side at this point. Guaranteeing the impact, guaranteeing the kill on the pillar, and setting up for a potential a potential Aegis this turn.
Yeah, and I think I like it. This impact damage is going to be pretty critical, especially given that you're going to get a second point out, and that you're getting value out of this buff from the second attack with the Aegis. Ultraman going to pass back here, most likely. Keep mana up to punish any further development from Jokund.
The boss would be the big one, obviously, taking down both Lantern just on it if they are played. You don't have mana for all 3 of the cards in hand, though, if you're Jokund, so maybe you'll have that kind of way to not be so greedy, not fall into the trap of the box.
Yeah, between the Avalanche and the box, this whole board might be cleared from Jokund, and Ultraman might just have found his way into his own winning position. If you're Jokund, you have to have the foresight to rally here and protect one of your units, and it looks like he's going to do that.
Protects the Mayor with the barrier. Able to push through more damage here. The box will take care of the Lantern, so that's 1 unit out of the way. And you have the Flash Freeze as well. And you still would have enough mana next turn for Field Rush, which is kind of the big 1-turn OTK from Ultraman, possibly.
Yeah, with Trundle already leveled, you don't have to worry about getting that online. So the Field Rush should spell the end of the game if it can go off. Oh, doesn't have the mana to develop Trist. Something I did not notice. Was wondering why she didn't come down.
You certainly can't take 5 Ultraman. you have to freeze one of these 2 units. Entomb is also an option, but I don't think it matters at this point.
I think the freeze
and you want to have the mana for Field Rush next turn.
Yeah.
So yeah, not an option actually.
And if this Field Rush goes off, is there anything you can do as Jokund? Take the game back. You've played 2 rallies.
Mayor is the last pickup on the top deck.
And Bandle City Mayor is not what you want to see there.
Very low HP totals as well from the units currently on the board. 15 HP on the Nexus for Jokund. Should be more than enough damage to win the game here. Tristana, despite the 4 HP. Without any other interaction in hand.
Just not enough.
By 1, Ultraman wins the game 2. Once again, we have had this entire day game 3s all around. Very few clean sweeps, if any. And we'll check the bracket later and see. I think we haven't, at least casting, we haven't casted almost, I think, any 2-0 sweeps. And this, once again, Ultraman not giving up, having to fight for not just winning this series, but has to get the bracket reset in this series and then go in for the next series. But manages to find another very close win. I think a lot of these games are very back and forth, where it's very hard to predict the winner outright for the most part. Especially in the last few series we've been casting, it's been constantly back and forth, where one player's in the lead, then the next, then it switches around again. And it was a similar thing in this game as well.
Yeah, those last 2 games particularly, the winner kind of flipped in those last last couple turns, in both games. We thought the Jokund was going to lose the one, and then he ended up winning. And then we thought Ultraman was going to lose, and he ended up winning. And Jokund having a very strong start with Teemo on turn 1 here.
Teemo has a telescope as well, has a lantern, has a Yordle in arms, especially as well. Very, very strong here. And can't say the same for Ultraman. Has 2 drops to play out here. That is true, but doesn't have a catalyzer just yet. Although I guess it doesn't really matter too much in this matchup. I think most of the time you're able to kill off units pretty easily with just maybe 3 damage in the darkness.
I think it can matter a little bit because it can, if you don't have that catalyzer on 2, they can then choose to develop Tristana on 3. It's a little bit risky still, but it does make for a more powerful development further on your later turns, because all your phase and all your multi-region units are going to start getting that extra point of attack. Yeah,
the first buff, especially from 2 to 3 damage, that's the really valuable increase. The rest, maybe not so much.
And of course, Vhagar is available in the hand. This Demacia deck doesn't have Broadwing, so there's no way to interact with the Vhagar, and as such, Ultraman can safely put him down this turn if he wants.
Has to be thinking about this. Might be an explosive turn from Jokin in terms of flooding the board. Might want to keep mana for the box open, but I think you can't really play so reactively at this point if you're Ultraman.
Yeah, kind of need to have your own board just to be able to defend against a Yordles in Arms and not get completely blown out that way. So I like this, a bit of a hedge. You play the Stilted Rogue Maker, and then you go ahead and drop the Darkness to clear off some of the units that your opponent's been developing. Unfortunately, that opens up the way for them to continue developing other more important units like this Tristana or the Gnar.
Tristana comes down now, 4 HP. Not quite there for the Dark yet. Not ideal right now with the darkness still. I guess the discount did help though, but it is still gonna be tough to fight for this one here, especially with your own arms. Ready to go with a mana for it as well, and a full board as usual. Monte.
Yep, has the mana to play this 2-drop here as well. Blast Cone Seedling. My guess is it'll be played for impact here, but who knows? Could be barrier actually. I find that people always play this for barrier, but I always find that barrier's like underwhelming. When you're a 6-wide board like this, the barrier is never getting blocked anyways. So why not just take the extra 1 impact damage?
That is true. Vilefleet's coming down, taking down a telescope, trying to control the board a little bit at the very least. But still, as usual, well, a 14-8 Tristana is definitely something scary to see on turn 5, Monte. We are on turn 5, and there is a 14-8 unit with 2 impact and quick attack.
That's right, Panda. This is turn 5. This game
reminds the viewers we are on turn 5. Just in case you thought this was turn 10, it is actually turn 5.
Man, I get the. Have you ever taken the time, or have you ever seen some videos of people reading 1-star complaints about the game? Yeah,
Casper Gem does a very good job of posting them on his Twitter.
Yes,
so he is a channel through which I'm able to, relish in the different perspectives of some of Runeterra's player base.
I think it's games like this and scenes like this that kind of feed those opinions. Because this is turn 6, and we have a full board with a 10-4 unit on the board that has impact 2 and is going to continue growing. And poor Ultraman is playing the control deck that should be able to deal with this unit super effectively, but has no vengeances in hand, has no spot removal in hand, only has units. It's just, this is what drives the fury. I see game states like this, and I'm like, okay, now it makes sense.
Second Yordle in Arms has been found as well. Gnar coming down, another threat that has to be dealt with, another scary unit to face up against. So it's the case now with 2 key units to have to take down, both Tristana and the Gnar here.
And we drew a Shroom at the start of this turn, I guess, because that Gnar is looking to level, and I can't think of any other way that would be happening.
I guess so.
Doesn't really matter, though, because Ultraman did have the box to answer.
There was a Pokestick played out.
Oh, that
we missed.
That's smooth brain. It's okay.
We were too busy talking about reviews, 1-star reviews for Runeterra. It happens. It happens to the best of us.
More important things than the Pokestick. This will just be a Yordles in Arms follow-up. The Darkness, of course, removing the most threatening unit it can. Yordles in Arms going to come out. You could play super risky and say, I'm a gamer, I'm going to find the Moon Silver, but then you're losing. And that's bad. You don't want to lose.
There's a third Dark Bulb Acolyte coming down, just trying to block here, trying to not die, essentially. But it's going to be difficult when you have Impact 4, Impact on the Seedling, and Yordle Arms number 2 coming in. So that will be Game 3 going in favor of Jokund, the winner's final players. So no bracket reset once again at Fight Night EU. And we have a new winner, Jokund, coming in from Turkey, able to come into a tournament on his debut against the names that we're seeing here, playing against Ultraman not once, but twice, and winning both series pretty convincingly with very good play, very clean, no real misplays to call out, and overall, is playing a very strong lineup. Yes, a lineup that has been proven in tournaments even yesterday, but still, overall, very good pilot, and definitely now a player that I will be watching out for in the future, and someone to add on to the extensive list of fantastic Turkish players as well.
Yeah, definitely. It's exactly as you said, Panda. It was a treat to watch Jokund take down that winner's finals. Didn't drop a set the whole way through. No bracket reset or anything. And of course, defeating Ultraman not once but twice today is quite the statement to make in your Fight Night debut.
That being said, the lineup maybe was, I think, a little bit in favor overall in terms of the both lineups up against each other. So that is something we have to note here. And Yordle Arms, as we saw in this last game, is pretty busted. But I think we definitely can't take away from Jokund and his win here. I think he did play really, really fantastically all throughout this tournament. We are going to have an interview with him, so we're going to find out more about him as a person as well. Someone that, again, because we don't know him, it's even more interesting for me than interviewing, Sari or Ultraman for the 7th time or 20th time rather in my history in Runeterra. So looking forward to that, and hopefully you guys are as well. We're going to go to a very short break, and we'll be back with the winner's interview coming up. Welcome back, everyone, to Fight Night Legends EU. If you're tuning in now, You're late. The action has ended. I'm so happy to say this because I'm taking Skarzik's line. He always says the same thing when we come back from this break, and now I can finally be the one to say it. The action is over. We have our winner. It is Jokin. But first, let's take a look at the bracket to see what the journey for this player was like. A journey for a debut showing for this player, someone that hasn't been able to make a name for himself in the scenes just yet. But when he had the chance to do so, he's taken it by the horns, and he's made a really great result in this case. Monte, overall, looking at the bracket here, were there any big surprises in some of these series? What is kind of the standout thing for you?
I mean, every series is a bit of a surprise. We have this unknown player coming into this bracket filled with star-studded players like Rico Rex, like Ace, like Sari, like Ultraman, and he runs through Rico Rex round 1 in a 2-0, which was unfortunately off stream. Then he beats Ace in a very close 2-1 set that I believe we did catch, at least the end of, in round 2. Then he beats Ultraman not once, but twice in rounds 3 and 4 of the winners finals and the grand finals. And it was just absolutely phenomenal to watch him make his way through these great players and just play some really, really good Legends of Runeterra.
And I was talking about in this tournament having a lot of 2-1 results, not looking at the bracket itself, but just from my experience as we were casting, and it definitely seems to be the case. Every single match in this tournament was 2-1, except for the very first round between Smooth and Ace and Rico Rex and Jokin. So it goes to show how close all these series were, and as you mentioned, how back and forth it seemed to be. Every single game, maybe not every single, but most games, except like Scouts versus Darkness, was kind of this idea of someone's winning, then it's the next player, then it's the next player, and constantly switching and making it quite exciting overall. But we have our winner, that is Jokin, and he is ready to give us some insight into his win. Jokin, welcome for this interview. I want to ask you right away, what is your experience with Runeterra in terms of, this is your first major tournament as far as I know. You've made a great showing, but when did you start playing? What was kind of your history with Runeterra until now?
When did I start playing? I guess I'm playing since the beta. I mean, since the release. And I actually played in some small tournaments. Like, I don't know if I can say that.
Yeah, you can say
tournaments and stuff. I mean, I guess I'm a bit experienced for the tournaments, but
maybe not on
another level. I mean, Fight Night is another level.
Yeah, I think it goes to show that the people we invite here are not just any players, just players that have already proven themselves many times before. So it's definitely even more impressive in your case to come in, and we talk about the debut buff of players. When they play their first Fight Night, they always seem to do really well. They seem to have this extra motivation to really prove themselves. And once again, it seems to be the case here with your win today. Monte, anything you want to ask?
No. I did want to ask about the Durand Protege in the Sivarakshan deck, because I think that card is being a little bit underplayed. So I was happy to see it show up. Do you like the card in the list? Have you tested it in other lists?
I played that many times. I guess it's a bit underrated card. I mean, it's not that good. You can cut it if you want for something else, but it's okay. It's really good with Screeching Dragon and Broadwing.
Yeah. And then the other thing I wanted to ask about the decks while we're still on this subject is you had Riposte in all of your decks. Was that because you expected a lot of Demacia today?
I mean, if you are playing Riposte in Scouts, you win every Demacia deck. You can imagine.
Yeah, we were mentioning when I saw it, I immediately, I'm not sure if it's being run, normally in most Scouts lists now, but I think in a meta like this one, it is it's such a blowout when you're able to answer on the board, stop a quick attack unit, for example, keep your Misfortune alive, and be able to just have that blowout turn where all of a sudden you're swinging things back in your favor. Yeah,
I mean, the best part of playing Riposte is, even if you don't have it, because it's an open list, they have to play around it. So, like, they can't play, what was it called in English? Merciless Hunter? That 3-drop. They play it on turn 3 to your Misfortune, and on turn 4 they play Severe. They pull your Misfortune and kill. They can't do that when you are playing Riposte. I mean, they have to play around Riposte. So it's a good addition to the deck.
And it's a card that I think adds this very different layer in terms of Scouts is very one-dimensional in terms of what it's trying to do. It's just, doing this thing, and that's all it can do, but it can do it very well, but that's all it can do. But Riposte adds this extra element of interactivity on the stack that I think is always going to be very beneficial and very surprising on ladder, especially for some players.
It was already a unfair lineup. I made it more unfair.
Well, unfair to look at the last game, I think definitely is maybe one thing to call your
Don't even
marks.
mention that. Last games I played terrible.
Okay, at least even you know. The important thing is to accept it, and then, then we're all on the same page.
I mean, I have to watch to see my mistakes again. I have to watch that again, but I guess I misplayed a lot.
Maybe not a lot.
Did a pretty good job.
You won the tournament, so maybe not more than other players at least. I wanted to ask you, Jokin, is there any player that you would want to bring in to Fight Night next week? Any player you prepare with? Any player that you want to, that it's like rival you want to face off against? Any Turkish players you would like to see coming into Fight Night?
Any Turkish players? I guess the ones I know. I mean, we Turkish players, most of us know each other, so they're my friends. But I guess I would call Feanor Krufinve, if you know him.
Of course. All the Turkish players,
strategy probably.
Tutus, I definitely know. All these players have been around on ladder, especially since the very beginning. So all the names, I think anyone that laddered a lot, especially in the early days, knows.
But if you want someone unheard, I guess I would say Lorgameplay.
Okay, we're taking those notes down. At least our producer is, and we will try and reach out to these players to see if we can have some more Turkish players coming to Fight Night. I think it's been a while since we had a Turkish player coming in before you. And clearly, you're showing us that maybe we should have more Turkish players coming in, because it's always been a country. We talked about it during one of the segments in today's show that, you guys won Masters Europe as well. It's a country that definitely has proven that it is one of the powerhouse nations in EMEA as well. So would definitely love to see that happen as well. And I would love to see some of the players you mentioned that I know very well coming in to show their skills as well. But thanks so much, Jokin, for the extra insight into your win. Thanks to showing us the kind of the player side of things, but also the more personal side of things as well. And you'll be back next week, so we'll see you once again, as you'll be reinvited for Fight Night again. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
That will be it for our interview with our player, Monte. Thank you so much for joining us on the cast as well, for taking Skarzik's place. Anytime that Skarzik is gone, you're more than invited to come back in, and I'll continue doing my hosting duties as well, thankfully.
I'm truly touched, Panda. It's been an absolute pleasure to cast alongside you here. Skarzik's shoes are some big ones to fill, so I'm glad I let you step in and take care of those hosting duties. You really kind of held my hand today, and it's been a fantastic experience. I told you guys at the start this was a goal of mine for the year, so can't believe I actually accomplished it so early. And what a great game, a day of Legends of Runeterra that we've seen and that we got to cast.
And we will, of course, have Ultraman coming back in next week as well. As we mentioned, 1 and 2 in these tournaments come back next week, get reinvited. So we'll have Ultraman trying to make it 5 wins, trying to, even this tournament didn't win it, but still made it to grand finals, made it into almost a bracket reset. So big props to Ultraman as well. And overall, big props to the players that came in with some spicy decks as well. Maskard had quite a bit of spice, Ace as well. So I do have to reward the deck building always in some of these tournaments. And the Jace Lux deck was also, I think, very, very special to see in action. I hadn't seen it in competitive tournaments. I know you told me now that it's maybe not as spicy as I thought initially, but still it was nice to see it. And now I definitely see why it is so powerful. But that will be it for our tournament today. Reminder, we are going to have Fight Night Americas on Mondays now. It will be midnight time, CET. And now with the time change, I'm not entirely sure what time it is in Americas, but maybe, Monty, you can help me out.
I think it's 6 p.m.
It used to be
6 or 7 p.m. Eastern.
Surely it's changed, though.
It's either 6 or 7 p.m. Eastern on Monday. Right. I played last week. I should know.
We'll go with 7 now. I think it's 7 because the time changed one way or another. So it's either 7 or 5 now. So you guys figure it out. But it is Monday. It is, later in the day for the EU crowd, but at, I guess, the usual time for Americas to some extent. But anyways, you guys will figure it out. Tune into that for sure to see Casanova and Blevins on the casting desk and the great players from the Americas region like Monte. And that's it for us. Hope you guys enjoy the tournament, and we'll see you guys next time.